911, what is your emergency?
My friend, Teresa Sievers, she's a doctor, and she's dead on the floor.
Hi, I'm Dr. Teresa Sievers, and as I promised you, I was going to be bringing you different modalities of healing.
Dr. Sievers had a very strong personality. A lot of people found her polarizing. They loved her or they didn't.
I want to enjoy my life like it is now.
This was almost the perfect crime.
And she just said, I know what happened.
Then how'd you kill her? And he made a stupid little chuckle that he does and then said with a...
One question no one's answered. Why? Why? Why is Teresa Sievers dead?
Pure and simple, a tale of murder and salaciousness.
You see that, paradise isn't paradise. And maybe these pieces of the puzzle are starting to add up.
Over County 911, what's the address of your emergency room? Okay, your wife is in a bar, you said she's unresponsive?
This is what he's going to tell you.
How to get out of that situation.
And I grabbed the gun.
Trying to find the first place to put a body.
No, sir.
The only thing they could do was kill him.
You want to say anything? We, the jury, and to find the defendant.
Hi, I'm Dr. Teresa Sievers.
She was well liked as a doctor. She had a holistic physician's practice.
I don't know about you, but I'm not ready for postmortem. I want to enjoy my life like it is now.
I think everyone that speaks of her, from including her family, talked about her being a dynamo.
Are you ready to drop dead? I'm not.
But at the age of 46, Dr. Teresa Sievers was found dead in the kitchen of her home in Bonita Springs, Florida, brutally murdered.
I mean, this was a violent crime that occurred in the midst of an area that didn't see violent crime and on a street that didn't see violent crime. And people were upset, people were worried.
This doctor had touched many lives and tried to help different people. So I started to get calls from all over. My son goes to that doc. My daughter-in-law goes to that doc. Wow, what a wonderful woman.
She was last seen alive at the Fort Myers, Florida airport the night before.
Because we were able to observe her in the airport on surveillance video, we ended up learning that Dr. Sievers was returning home from a family gathering for her mother's birthday from Connecticut.
Her husband Mark and two daughters, Josephine and Carmela, stayed behind.
And Mom came home because Dr. Sievers was the primary breadwinner and she had a practice to run.
But the next day, Dr. Sievers failed to show up at her doctor's office.
The employees at her job started texting her husband, Mark Sievers, saying, hey, Dr. Sievers isn't here.
So her husband called a next-door neighbor, Dr. Mark Petrinas, to check on her.
Hey, Mark. This is Mark. Teresa's not at work yet. And the office is calling and texting, and we can't get through to Teresa. Maybe she's just sound asleep. It's just not like her. In all the years I've known her to be a half hour late for work.
Dr. Mark Petrinas was the first one who found her.
911, what is your emergency?
I'm at a friend's house. He's out of town, and I came here to check on his wife, and she's dead on the floor.
Oh, sir, hold on, stay on the line.
Yes.
Okay, you're doing very well.
And she's bashed in the back of the head. And she's cold. She's dead cold.
It appeared that nothing had been taken, did not appear that the house had been ransacked. There was nothing that indicated what the motive might be for what was a very vicious crime.
On my initial observations that she has sustained significant head trauma, blunt force in nature, and there was a large pool of blood, and she was a smaller female. You could tell that it was not something that happened quickly.
The case was assigned to Lee County Sheriff's detectives Mike Downs and David Levitt.
There's no obvious smoking gun, for lack of a better choice of words.
Pretty much everybody's a suspect at that point. Who does her nails, who does her hair, who cuts the lawn, do they have a house cleaner, have they had any issues with anybody, does she get along with everybody at work? But nothing really seemed to pan out. We did later find out that she also had a very strong personality, which can rub people the wrong way.
It's not wrong, but it's not enough.
There was also speculation that Dr. Sievers had been targeted because of her practice as a holistic doctor.
Why aren't we doing this kind of medicine for our body? You can have preventive medicine, but it's not the kind of medicine you typically get at your doctor's office.
There was a group of people identify themselves as web sleuths, and they took a very big interest in this case because throughout the country, in at least 2 to possibly 3 other states at that time, there were some doctors that also practiced holistic medicine as well as internal medicine that died. And the theory was that they were all murdered and that we had to look at because, like Mike said, right now, it's everybody and their brother.
The theory of it was that there were certain holistic doctors who were being murdered because they had maybe a cure for cancer or had something that the government or some kind of shadowy group didn't want them to talk about. But that turned out to be not to be the case.
Just for the record, state your name one more time for me.
Mark Sievers.
And to be thorough, the detectives did conduct an interview with Teresa's husband, Mark, once he returned from Connecticut.
Anytime there is a brutal murder of a spouse, one tends to look, or at least glance, at the other spouse. But in this case, the spouse was thousands of miles away in Connecticut at the time that the crime was committed, with an alibi that was absolutely airtight.
I guess I feel pathetic, but at the same time, there's so much going on.
That's not pathetic.
But it's hard. I feel that I could have stopped this from happening. How do I get over that?
It's gonna take time. It really will.
Can you tell me when she died? I need to know what she tortured was, what happened to her.
We can't tell this stage. We're still working on that.
Yeah, but she had so much to offer the world. She was really, everyone says this about their wife. It should have been me. I should have been home.
Everyone kept describing Mark as her rock, and she was his rock. Have you ever cheated on your wife?
I've never cheated on her, and she's never cheated on me.
Have you ever had anyone have an unhealthy obsession with either you or your wife or your kids or anything?
I absolutely can't think of anybody that would have been with that at all.
The detectives ended the interview so Mark Sievers could plan Teresa's funeral and grieve with their 2 daughters.
Yeah, the funeral was befitting somebody of her stature. Here's this lady that really helped everybody, and now she's gone, and they mourned that fact.
But still, not a single clue about who had been waiting for Teresa that Sunday night as she pulled into her garage after telling her husband she was home and she was safe.
How had anyone gone into this crime scene, committed this horrific crime, and left absolutely no trace evidence? This was almost the perfect crime.
Until a late-night phone call would lead detectives to a small town in Missouri.
And we catch a break. We catch a break. We get a tip.
And she just said, I know what happened.
The call that would be the turning point in the case came into the Lee County Sheriff's Office late at night, some 2 weeks after the murder of Dr. Teresa Sievers.
Thank God. I thought, praise God. Seriously.
The tip came from a family friend of a man in a small town in Missouri, Hillsboro, Missouri. A man by the name of Curtis Wayne Wright, a 5-time convicted felon.
Sure enough, the more we dug, the more evidence started to pile up for us, thankfully.
And soon the detectives were on the trail of a second career criminal who was a close friend of Curtis Wayne Wright, a man by the name of Jimmy Ray Rogers.
Jimmy Ray Rogers liked to call himself the Hammer. It was on his Facebook. He liked to refer to himself as the Hammer.
Both men, Jimmy Ray Rogers and Curtis Wayne Wright, were now very much persons of interest, but they both had denied being in Florida at the time of the murder.
And Curtis Wright told us that during the weekend of the murder, first he told us he was homesick in bed and never left his trailer. And then at one point he said, well, I was working on a car all weekend.
And Jimmy was beside himself. He barely talked to us, and then just let us know he just doesn't like cops, so I'm not going to talk to you. I didn't go to Florida, and I don't talk to Wayne. He's a nerd. Oh, okay. See you later, Jimmy.
But even with the tip and the detective's gut feelings, there still wasn't anywhere near enough to arrest them, and the detectives returned to Florida deflated.
We had a lot of digital evidence that we found that we knew we had to process and try and piece it together. Most notably, when we did the initial warrant on the Curtis Wainwright residence, there was a vehicle in the driveway, and we found a GPS in the center console. So we were hoping, let's just hope he entered addresses in here, let's hope it tracked his movement.
And at first, we're deflated again because they're telling us this information is deleted and we can't interpret the code. So they spent a significant amount of time, hundreds and hundreds of man hours, trying to figure out this code to recover this deleted data.
And bingo.
They were able to establish a route from Curtis Wainwright's residence in Hillsborough, Missouri, and he makes a route there to go to Jimmy Rogers' residence in Cadet, Missouri. We went from 0 to 60 in a very short amount of time.
And then 1,104 miles south along Interstate 75, off the exit to Bonita Springs, and then right to Jarvis Road, the home of Dr. Teresa Sievers.
I think it was an aha moment, and I think at that moment there is the, wait a minute, we have people saying we're not here, and they are.
Retrieving that address, which would have been deleted just hours or days later, and placing the killers in the area of our victim was a critical piece of this puzzle.
And the GPS data showed their every movement on the way south.
One of the significant locations was a Walmart, actually right across the street from the sheriff's office here, where we're able to capture what we believe and what is evidently Curtis Wainwright and Jimmy Ray Rogers walking into Walmart, buying a number of suspicious items, lockpick set, garbage bags, cleaning items, things like that. So now we know they're down here. We could see them clear as day on the video.
On the day Dr. Sievers returned home. We couldn't even believe it. The only thing we can think of is that they never thought we'd ever come up there because it's over 1,000 miles away, that they never would put 2 and 2 together.
And when the detectives returned to Missouri and went to question the Hammer's girlfriend, Taylor Showmaker, they hit even more pay dirt.
And she started crying, and she just said, I know what happened.
And I told him that I knew that he had something to do with it.
Okay.
And then he started asking me questions like, what I know about it. And I'm like, well, I know you went down there to kill somebody. And then he said, yeah. I said, did you shoot her? And he said, no. And I said, then how'd you kill her? And he made a stupid little chuckle that he does, and then said with a hammer.
You said with a hammer?
Yeah.
Her man had confessed to her while lying in bed.
It's huge because he actually confessed. Jimmy Ray Rogers confessed to the murder and specifically said that they used a hammer, which is consistent with the physical evidence that we recovered from the scene.
And then Taylor Showmaker took Detective Lebed to the area where she had helped her boyfriend, the Hammer, dispose of some of the evidence, including a blue jumpsuit he said he wore during the murder.
Case number 15-268513. Time now is currently 6:38 p.m. on Tuesday, August 25th, 2015. All right, Mission Maker, can you just walk me over to where you've identified the overalls?
And then she goes, there it is right there. And sure enough, we get out, we walk up to it, and it's a blue jumpsuit sitting on the side of the road.
How did we come to find these items today?
Second out the window.
Okay, and what was the reason for throwing these out the window?
Because he murdered somebody.
Who's he?
Jimmy Rogers.
They had their evidence. They had their killer. But the investigation was far from over. Curtis Wainwright now tells the authorities he has information they will want if he can make a deal with them.
So as difficult as it was to us a decision that had to be made to let Wright plead to second-degree murder and receive a sentence of 25 years, provided he testified truthfully.
Wright's information involved his best friend in high school, back in Missouri, Mark Sievers, Teresa Sievers' husband. And now it was turning into a case of murder for hire.
Just breathe. Go slow breathing. Till we get oxygen and makes you feel better. Through the nose. Thank you. There you go. See?
Even before his best friend in Missouri had implicated Mark Sievers in the murder of his wife Teresa, the detectives were already suspicious of Sievers, especially after a second round of questioning.
We've met many people through our investigations that have lost a loved one, and he seemed fake.
When detectives would leave the interrogation room, they had a sense Sievers was playing to the cameras.
I know you put this bastard in jail. Okay, she got hit coming in the house.
I saw a lot of simulated behavior. It didn't feel real.
How could you have been hit?
It was so much of a, what would appear to be so much of a show.
Now, talking about your relationship, have you guys been contemplating any kind of separation or divorce? Has there been any marital problems?
The detectives would later learn from friends and family the couple indeed had both marital and financial problems.
What are some of the biggest motives for anybody to do something they shouldn't? Money's a big one. Infidelity is another. So we have two of those on the board right now.
You can see there's more of a darker side to who he really was and who he wanted to show us.
As he was leaving, he said, "I'll do anything I can to cooperate, to assist, to catch this killer."
I want to speak to you every chance I can. I program your number on my phone, so when you call me, I know it's you. Okay.
And it isn't a week later when he's no longer willing to cooperate.
He had his lawyer contact us and shut off all contact.
He ghosted us. He stopped talking. He stopped cooperating.
But prosecutors did not need Sievers' cooperation to make their case. And the first test came with the trial of Jimmy Ray Rogers, everything hinging on whether a jury would believe Curtis Wayne Wright and his chilling version of the murder of Teresa Sievers.
We came there to kill her.
Teresa Sievers' mother and sister were in the courtroom every day.
Were you able to see where he was hitting her with the hammer?
In the head.
And what happened after she fell on the floor?
He continued to hit her.
He continued to hit her?
Yes.
Mr. Rogers?
Yes. I physically walked over to the area where he was at and asked him to stop. I mean, put my hand on him.
It didn't take long for the jury to return a verdict.
We have a verdict in the Jimmy Ray Rogers case. Yes, we do have a guilty verdict. We do have a guilty verdict in Jimmy Ray Rogers, but it is of second-degree murder, not a first-degree murder.
Rogers was later sentenced to 25 years in prison. But for prosecutors, there would be no justice unless they could make a case against the man they believed had hired the killers, Mark Sievers.
But for Mark Sievers, there would have been no funeral. There would have been no grieving family. There would have been no children without parents. It was important that all that participated were held accountable.
The evidence against Sievers continued to mount, including his use of prepaid, or what are called burner phones, used by both men.
Mark Sievers and Curtis Wayne Wright had a secret communication system set up.
Their code word together was switch to other or other. They would almost immediately switch over to these prepaid phones, and we were able to establish a connection.
According to what Wright told the detectives, the plan for the murder was made when Mark Sievers attended Wright's wedding in Missouri 2 months earlier.
This is basically where it all, started to come together. Mark suggested two scenarios. One was to shoot her or kill her outside of the medical practice when she was leaving work one night. Curtis explains to me, he says, well, what if she's with somebody when she comes out of the medical practice? And Mark says, well, that'll be better because if somebody else is killed during the offense, then it's likely to keep the suspicion off of me or anybody else. So, and he explained it as collateral damage, which goes to show you the type of person Mark Sievers really is.
When the time came to arrest Mark Sievers, detectives knew from their surveillance exactly where to find him.
So there wasn't really anywhere Mr. Sievers was going to go where we couldn't find him, unless he had a ride into outer space that we didn't know about.
He was at home, but there was concern he was armed and might resist taking his daughters hostage.
When we knew that if he had been watching TV and he knows we got him, we knew we had to get Mark Sievers, but most importantly, we had to extract him and save those children.
job fell to Detective David Levitt.
We knew he had many guns in the home, but his behavior was erratic. So that, coupled with the fact that if he knows he's getting arrested for the murder of his wife, he has guns in the home, and there's 2 little girls present. So we were very worried. So we get to the door. I see the girls' heads kind of perk up and look towards the door. And then I see Mark start to come towards the door, phone's in his hand, and he turns around and starts to walk away. So I said to the deputy who was with me, said, we're giving this another 5 seconds and we're forcing entry. Fortunately, within half that time, he came back, opened the door, and leaned out with his phone in his hand and grabbed him by his wrist. You're under arrest for murdering your wife.
And when Mark arrived, he had a smirk that I'll never forget. It was a smirk, it was a 1,000-mile stare. He was ice cold. You could look at him and see he was ice cold, no blood in his veins, and he knew he was caught.
But the defense was preparing a surprise twist that not only was Curtis Wayne Wright a killer and a skilled liar, but that Wright was actually in love with Mark Sievers and killed Teresa on his own to get her out of the way.
If Curtis can't have Mark, nobody can.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Law and Crime. Right now, we are going to see opening statements at around 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time in the trial of Mark Sievers.
With reporters fascinated about how much Mark Sievers and Curtis Wayne Wright looked like each other.
They do look nearly identical.
I can't wait just to see these 2 former best friends looking at each other in court, one of them testifying against another. That's something straight out of a movie.
For the record, both assistant state attorneys are present. Mr. Sievers is present, and both defense counsel. State's ready. Defense is ready.
The courtroom was packed, and like a wedding, there was a side for the wife, the victim's family, and a side for the husband, the accused murderer's family.
A little antagonistic in the crowd.
But unlike that day 12 years earlier, when Teresa and Mark Sievers were married, there was no joy on either side today.
We'll move to opening statements at this time. State.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Cynthia Ross is the head of the homicide unit in the state's attorney's office. Her first priority was to make sure the jury knew the importance of her key witness, Curtis Wayne Wright, but that he was hardly a model citizen.
We were asking them to believe a killer.
Curtis Wayne Wright allows us to hear the conversations that occurred between he and Mark Sievers. To hear how Mark Sievers solicited, conspired, and arranged the murder of Teresa Sievers.
Defense.
Mark Sievers chose Michael Mummert as the lawyer to defend him in the murder case after the 2 bonded during proceedings over the custody of Sievers' children.
On a very personal level, he's a very nice man. He's kind of goofy, kind of funny, and over the 4 years that I represented Mark, I got to like him. I really do like Mark.
You're going to hear about prepaid phones. You're going to hear about divorce, infidelity, life insurance as a motive. But ultimately, all the evidence of a conspiracy, all the evidence of Mr. Sievers' involvement is going to come from one man. And that's Curtis Wayne Wright.
I wanted to convey to the jury that this was a credibility trial of Curtis Wayne Wright.
Next witness.
It was the very next day that Curtis Wayne Wright took the stand. And at first, Sievers gave off the impression of not having a care in the world, smiling and cracking jokes with his lawyer. But that would quickly change.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give?
Wright was questioned by prosecutor Hamid Hunter.
The biggest moment in the trial was Mr. Wright taking the stand. These two men have been best friends most of their lives. Mr. Wright, who killed Dr. Teresa Sievers?
Jimmy Rogers and I physically did it, but Mark Sievers was also involved in the planning.
Why did you do it?
I was asked to do it.
By whom?
Mr. Sievers.
Is Mr. Sievers in court today?
Yes, he is.
Can you please point to Mr. Sievers and identify him by an article of clothing?
He's the middle gentleman there at the table. The darker colored jacket.
Well, I'm not a fan of Curtis Wright. He's a killer. He's an admitted killer. And so we went straight at him. There wasn't going to be any compromises for Mr. Wright.
And Wright was immediately confronted about his earlier lies when he tried to pin all the blame on Jimmy Ray Rogers.
Did you tell us the truth?
Not in the beginning.
Started out with a lie?
Well, it started out with the truth, but it got off in the middle, and then those lies were corrected. I told the truth before the end of that statement.
Watching all this in the courtroom was Sievers' stepmother from Missouri, who has known Wright since he was 12 years old.
I'm not a human lie detector, but he did a magnificent job of lying. He's a pathological liar.
Wright testified that he and Sievers, that's Sievers on the left, made the deal to kill Teresa at Wright's wedding in Missouri a few months earlier.
He told me that he and Teresa were having problems, marital problems. He told me that she was having an affair, and that they were having financial problems as well, considering bankruptcy.
Did he ask you to do anything?
He told me that really the only option that he had was for her to die. And he said that he needed to have her killed.
Wright said he received a $600 check from Sievers to cover expenses for driving to Florida, with the promise of much more to come.
He said that there was a lot of insurance, that him and the kids would be well taken care of, and that he had at least $100,000 to offer to have it done.
And then Wright's chilling description of how Dr. Teresa Sievers was killed the night she returned home alone, just as he had testified earlier at the trial of Jimmy Ray Rogers.
The headlights would have been right on me. I jumped up and I followed her into the house.
And when she started to turn towards you, what did you do?
I hit her. I hit her with the hammer.
Does she see you?
Yes, because I accidentally kicked the dog dish over. The dishes went flying everywhere. It made a huge noise. It startled her. I was afraid that if she turned around, she would scratch me or do something to leave evidence. I swung the hammer and I hit her.
Did you and Dr. Sievers ever make eye contact?
Yes.
How did she look when you made eye contact with her?
Surprised.
Did she fight?
Yeah.
You fought for her life?
Yeah. I never in a million years envisioned beating her to death with a hammer.
On cross-examination of Wright, Mark Sievers' lawyer tried to push a theory about Wright's sexual orientation that he thought would explain what happened.
Detective Levitt asked you about your sexual preference, didn't he?
Yes.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Detective Levitt wanted to know if you had a sexual relationship with Mark Sievers, didn't you?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
The judge told Mummert to move on.
That was a tough one because there was something there. There was this air of possessiveness or intimacy, and if Curtis can't have Mark, nobody can. My theory is that when Mark went to Curtis's wedding, that Curtis just had enough. Mark married a beautiful doctor. Mark had two beautiful girls. Mark lived in a nice home in Bonita Springs, Florida. Why does Mark get to have it all? And I believe that anger, as well as a possible, sexual attraction to Mark, caused the basis for Curtis to finally say, no, I've had enough. I'm going to go down there. I'm going to kill Mark's wife.
But Judge Bruce Kyle was having none of it, and Mummert had to change his tact, now challenging Wright about the money he claims Sievers promised him. Why didn't Sievers just tell him to take the cash that was in the house?
You know that there was nearly $50,000 in that home, is that correct?
I found that out later, but no, I didn't know that.
So there was $50,000 when you went down to commit the murder, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't know.
Sustained. Proper.
Mr. Sievers never said, I have all this money and I'm going to set it aside for you and you just take it, correct?
Correct.
And then after the murder, you came down again for the funeral, is that correct?
Yes.
Having the mission completed, right?
Yes.
Did you ever get $50,000 in cash at that time?
No, our agreement was it would be paid after he got his life insurance payment.
I don't believe Mark ever gave the go-ahead. But Teresa was worth more alive than dead. Why would he want to give that up?
As Sievers watched his best friend testify, the smiles and jokes seemed to be replaced by tears and grief. Was it authentic or a performance for the jury?
For us, it seemed that Mark Sievers was not the grieving husband, but just someone who could bring on tears when desired. And so we hoped that the jury would see those tears for what they were, not of those of a grieving husband, but those of a manipulator.
But some of the jurors had been in tears too.
The evidence has shown that Mark Sievers hired Curtis Wright, his best friend, to kill his wife, Dr. Teresa Sievers. An unconscionable act in light of that sacred contract. So Mr. Wright is a felon. He's an admitted liar. Did you tell us the truth?
Not in the beginning.
He's a killer. I mean, Mr. Sievers could ask you to kill his wife and you would actually consider it?
Yes.
By himself, there's no reason why any reasonable person should believe a word he says. But he's corroborated by evidence. Mr. Wright says he came to Florida to kill Dr. Sievers with Jimmy Rogers. There's evidence of that. Corroborative evidence. I want you to consider asking why. I want you to keep asking why. She's not a captain of industry. She's not a politician.
Hi, I'm Dr. Teresa Sievers.
She's a medical doctor and a mother of two and a wife. And she's dead.
Good morning. You've now heard all the evidence. On one question, no one's answered. Why? Why? Why is Teresa Sievers dead? The best answer we can give you is she is dead because Curtis Wayne Wright killed her. And without Mr. Wright, there is no case. And the crime scene itself, those photos, they're hard to look at. And they're hard to look at because that crime scene is anger, and it's violence, and it's rage, and it's hate. It is not murder for money. Ultimately, the one question you all have to ask yourselves: do you trust Curtis Wayne Wright?
The jury began its deliberations just before lunchtime.
You know, you always hope it'll be fast because of the anxiety and waiting for the verdict.
When the jury goes out, you just say, we did everything we could. We did everything that we reasonably could.
It was only 4 hours later when the judge called everyone back into court.
I've been told we have a verdict. State's ready. Defense is ready. So either side need any time to talk to their sides or their parties, because these things are tough, and I'm not going to have any outbursts. We'll let the clerk publish the verdict.
This was almost the perfect crime.
In the Circuit Court of the 20th Judicial Circuit, in and for Lee County, Florida, criminal action. State of Florida versus Mark D. Sievers, case number 15 CF 673B.
Do you trust Curtis Wainwright?
Verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to the defendant in this case. Count 1, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Conspiracy. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy. So say we all, December 4th, 2019, by the foreperson.
He broke down eventually there, but when that verdict was read, he was pretty stoic.
Now the question of how Mark Sievers should be punished.
My partner and I were going to have to sit down now and ask this jury to recommend a sentence of death for Mr. Sievers.
The jury would have to find the murder was committed for either pecuniary, financial gain, or in a cold, calculated manner, or both. And the jury also had to consider what's called a victim impact statement from Teresa Sievers' mother, Mary Ann Groves, who is now allowed to speak publicly of her loss and her grief.
And of course, the biggest loss falls upon her two daughters, whom Teresa loved with all her heart. These two girls have been robbed of their remarkable mother, their home, their pets, their possessions, their family and friends. Teresa will not be able to love and guide them. She won't be there when they graduate high school or when they need their mother to kiss away tears from their first heartbreak. We have lost our Teresa, the light of our lives, the star of our family, who loved us all so fiercely. It has been hard for all of us to go on with our daily lives. The void is unimaginable. She was our strength, our inspiration, and our caretaker.
Only one juror needed to oppose the sentence of death, and the jury was back in just 3 hours. The first question the jury had to answer was the murder committed for financial, pecuniary reasons.
The capital murder was committed for pecuniary gain? No.
Now the question of whether the murder was committed in a cold, calculated manner.
Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that Mark Sievers should be sentenced to death? Yes.
But the judge still had the power to overrule the jury's death sentence, and he revealed something the jury had not been told. Sievers' eldest daughter had written a letter asking that her father's life be spared.
The letter essentially said, in not so many words, while I don't want a relationship with my father, if I decide that I might at some time in the future, I can't have that if he is sentenced to death and taken from me.
And then for the first time, the court heard from Mark Sievers, defiant and showing no signs of remorse.
Is it okay if I refer to my notes?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Although a jury found me guilty, I am innocent of all charges, as I have maintained since this heinous crime took place. I love my wife, Teresa, and our two daughters, Josie and Carmi, with all my heart. Our girls have tragically lost their mommy, and now they're about to lose their daddy as well. Therefore, I respectfully ask the court for life, as not to compound their loss and suffering. I am grateful, however, that the court can only determine my fate on earth while my soul is in God's hands, and God knows the truth. Although I cannot feel remorse for something I had absolutely nothing to do with, I am deeply saddened and forever heartbroken, to say the very least, that Teresa was taken from us.
Mark Sievers was crying for Mark Sievers. He hadn't shed a single tear for Teresa Sievers at any time. The only tears Mark Sievers ever shed were for Mark Sievers.
Teresa is my soulmate. I will miss her and cherish our memories until we are reunited in heaven. Until then, I will fight this wrongful conviction until I am proven innocent and set free to rejoin my family.
Now the judge had to weigh the factors in favor of overturning the jury's decision that Mark Sievers should be put to death.
I will note for the record that his children do not want the death penalty imposed, and he was a hands-on, devoted father, and he did help people who were in need.
But it was not enough.
A jury of 12 have found you guilty as charged, so you are guilty. And this is the order of the court that you be sentenced to death, sir.
You feel so terrible for the family. I feel so terrible for the girls because their father orphaned them.
Mark, even if you believe everything they said, did not commit an act of violence. Mark is the only person on Florida's death row right now who did not commit an act of violence.
To hear the judge say, death penalty, justice is served, he got exactly what he deserved. He got exactly what he deserved.
I judge people's actions. I don't judge people's souls. And if I'm wrong, hopefully God will have mercy on both of us.
What is your emergency?
I'm at a friend's house. He's out of town, and I came here to check on his wife, and she's dead on the floor.
Okay.
The address is...
Okay, stay on the line. Sir, hold on,
Yeah.
stay on the line. Tell me exactly what happened.
My friend, Teresa Sievers, she's a doctor. I'm a doctor. Husband is in Connecticut, and her husband called me to say she didn't show up at work, and she's not answering her phone. And I was on my way into work, so I swung by, and she's dead on the floor. And there's a hammer at the side, and she's bashed in the back of the head. She's cold. I mean, somebody killed her. You know, I can't see her falling or anything like that. I just looked and I thought, my God, you know, she's my friend.
Bonita Springs, a mostly quiet beach community in southwest Florida, less than 30 miles from the larger city of Fort Myers. Mostly quiet, that is, until the night of June 28, 2015. That was the night a well-known community figure, Dr. Teresa Sievers, was found dead on the floor of her kitchen, bludgeoned to death, 17 wounds from what appeared to be a hammer. Was it a burglary gone bad? Or did Mark Sievers enlist a little help from his friends to do something far more sinister?
Shock and terror tonight in this normally quiet Bonita Springs neighborhood. Crime scene investigators surrounded this house, which neighbors say is home to a family of 4.
Initially, upon receiving the call, I was sitting in the office, and we received limited information, basically that there was the deceased remains of what appeared to be a female, and that it appeared to be a homicide. As I walked into the kitchen, immediately to my left by the refrigerator, I could see the obviously deceased remains of Dr. Teresa Sievers. This scene was unique in nature because of the gruesomeness of the offense. She seemed to have sustained significant blunt force trauma to the back of the head.
Our partners at News Press spoke with the victim's sister yesterday. She says Sievers was in Connecticut with her husband and 2 daughters for a family gathering and flew back alone Sunday night.
To have a murder in Bonita, I mean, this is, when you talk about the little picture-perfect neighborhood, beautiful area with very, very little happening, it just is completely out of the ordinary. Can it never happen? Things happen everywhere, but in our county, in this place, it's the unthinkable.
It did not feel like a burglary. There was evidence that it may have been a burglary. That's not something that you would write off, but from the scenes that I've seen in the past and in my experience in death investigations, I did have some suspicion that the scene may have been staged. It didn't feel right.
A lot of people don't know what the blue zones are. The blue zones are 5 areas in the world where people are living well into their hundreds.
She was this dynamo of a person who was not quite 5 feet tall, but who owned a room when she walked in. She always had a smile on her face. She always had a solution. She always had something to offer.
Lupus is an autoimmune illness.
To her patients, she was the only person who ever made them feel better or feel like there was hope that they would someday feel better.
You know, I really never noticed anything strange about Mr. Sievers at all. He was always out with the girls. I know there was one particular time that I stopped and bought lemonade, and he was kind of hurrying them up to fold up shop because they were going to be late for church.
We'll come to order, all rise.
For the record, both assistant state attorneys are present. Mr. Sievers is present, and both defense counsel. State's ready?
Yes,
Defense is ready?
Yes, sir.
On June 29th, 2015, Teresa Sievers is found on her kitchen floor, dead. And the evidence will establish that Mark Sievers, her husband, arranged for this murder and agreed to pay money for this murder out of the life insurance policies that would become due upon her death.
Mark Sievers' wife is dead, and he wants to know why. Ultimately, it is our position that Teresa Sievers was worth more alive than dead. It is our position Mark Sievers did not conspire to murder his wife, and Mark Sievers did not murder his wife. And at the end of this trial, I'm going to be asking each and every one of you to return a verdict of not guilty because Mr. Sievers is innocent. Thank you.
When this case came into the office initially, I had no inkling that it would end up where it did, that it would go where it went. I knew that Lee County Sheriff's Office would do a thorough investigation, but what it took to actually solve this case, the amount of information that had to be collected, we had never seen anything like this in our office before. You could describe what the members of the jury are seeing and from where the photo was taken, the perspective and angle.
This photograph shows the victim, Dr. Teresa Sievers, on the kitchen floor.
He has never told his defense team anything other than that he loved his wife. So there were certain times when there was either the discussion of her murder in details or photographs, he would become very emotional.
Initially, when we first started the case, we probably had 5,900 pages and ended up with over 90,000 pages and gigabytes worth of data.
Was her head shaved?
Yes, we had to. Yes.
Is that standard procedure in every autopsy?
Not every autopsy, but in autopsies where you have injuries to the scalp, it allows us to visualize the actual injury. In this case, there were many injuries that were underneath the hair, so we had to remove that hair in order to better characterize those injuries.
The day I attended the autopsy of Dr. Sievers, it was apparent to me that there was a large amount of overkill. And to be very clear, what I'm trying to say is She was hit so many times. There was so much damage to her body. It said to me that someone either enjoyed themselves or this was a possible crime of passion where someone knew someone.
This brutal, premeditated crime, cold and calculated according to the prosecution, was beginning to draw international attention. Stories began to weave the details of a beautiful doctor wife with a stay-at-home husband and 2 young girls, masking a troubled marriage. All the while, the investigation was going nowhere. But then a get-together in Missouri would yield a tip that changed everything.
Hey, Mark. This is Officer Mark. I'm just calling to check on you, see how you're doing. Teresa comes back tonight, and then the girls and I will be back on Wednesday night. Just wanted to say hello and see how you're doing. Take care, Mark.
Was that something that Mr. Sievers frequently did? Did he frequently call to check on you and see how you were doing?
No, we didn't have that kind of relationship.
So how would you describe the fact that he called and left you this message the night before, checking on you? How would you describe that?
It was very odd, just very strange.
And the morning of June 29th, did you happen to receive any contact from Mark Sievers?
Yes, I did.
Hey, Mark. This is Mark. I called yesterday just to check on you. Now I'm calling you today to see if you can check on Teresa.
It was a voicemail from Mark, Mr. Sievers, asking me to go to the house and check on his wife.
Teresa's not at work yet, and the office is calling and texting, and we can't get through to Teresa. So I just thought maybe if you could possibly swing by the house, and the garage code is 1313, enter, and the door opens up.
I started to walk towards the entryway from the garage into the house, and one of the dogs, they had 2 dogs, and one of the dogs ran out into the driveway. As I was walking into the house, I was calling her name. There was no answer. After I took a couple of steps into the house, it was obvious where she was. She was dead on the floor in the kitchen.
I know that you're a doctor, but can you tell me how you were able to figure out at that point that Dr. Sievers was dead?
Well, there was a lot of blood on the floor in the kitchen, a big puddle around her body, and she had this massive head wound in the back of her head, and she was cold and lifeless. I yelled into the house. I did not know if their daughters were at home with her. There was no response, and so I left the house to call 911.
The lights were on. I could see her purses on the countertop, and she didn't answer. I pounded, and he gave me the key code to get into the garage door. I opened the garage door, and the door leading to it was open, and I walked in the door, and she was dead on the floor.
After I got off the phone with 911, I called Mr. Sievers to talk to him further about what had happened.
Did you tell him at that point that Dr. Sievers was deceased?
No, I did not. I told him that something terrible had happened and that she was hurt.
Did he ask how his wife was hurt?
He didn't ask specifically, but he asked, was it a robbery?
Mark Sievers' behavior was unusual. A reasonable husband would say, what happened? Mr. Sievers did nothing reasonable that day. He didn't ask if she was going to the hospital or what hospital she was going to. So knowing that the paramedics were there, that told me he knew she was dead. And that's what I wanted Dr. Petrides' testimony to convey to the jury.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Initially, when Dr. Sievers was found on the 29th of June 2015, did you have any suspects at that time?
No.
At some point, was there a break in the case?
Our largest break occurred, saying July 9th, same year. We received a phone call from someone up north saying that they knew of a witness that had information that could impact our investigation. Her name is Rose Gruner.
Rose spent a lot of time with this person we would later learn to be Kathy Moran. And she overheard Kathy speaking to her daughter, who we would later learn to be Angela Wright. And Angela was very upset that her new husband had left abruptly for a trip to Florida and had oddly left his cell phone home. We start looking into who does, the husband, Mark Sievers, talk to? Who talks to him? And you see that frequent activity of Curtis Wainwright. And now you compare that to the information that you get from Rose Gruner, and we find out that this guy who took a last-minute trip to Florida conveniently on the weekend Teresa Sievers was murdered happens to be the best friend of Teresa Sievers' husband.
Wainwright and Mark Sievers were childhood friends. Wainwright and Mark Sievers looked like twin brothers if you put them next to each other. They called each other brother on their Facebook page. And so it started to look like there was a plot.
Did you get to ask him about the death of Dr. Sievers?
Yes, we did. He denied all involvement.
Based on the information that Rose was able to give us and the information that we were able to confirm, we had enough to obtain a search warrant for Curtis Wainwright's residence, later his vehicle, and Mark Sievers' condo.
And what was the reason for throwing these out the window?
I didn't know at the time.
But you came to learn why, right?
Yes, because he murdered somebody.
All it took was a tip from a woman named Rose, and the investigation went from cold to blazing hot. 2 detectives from the Lee County Sheriff's Office in Florida would stay on the road for almost 2 weeks, far longer than either of them expected. And what they would find in Missouri would bring not 1 or 2, but 3 suspects into sharp focus. Curtis Wainwright Jr., his friend Jimmy Ray Rogers, and ultimately, Wright's best friend from high school, Mark Sievers.
Jimmy's always talking about how he used to be a hitman, and when I talked to him about it, I told him that I might know a way that he could make some money if he was interested, and he said he definitely was.
Did you, during the time you were out in Missouri, have an occasion to speak to a person called Jimmy Ray Rogers?
Yes, I did.
And what was your purpose in speaking with Jimmy Ray Rogers?
Being that Curtis Wainwright became a person of interest in the investigation, based on what we were doing, we were trying to get as much background as possible on him. In doing that, Jimmy Ray Rogers' name came up, so we went to go speak with him to see if we could obtain any further information.
And was Mr. Rogers a suspect at this time at all?
No. Through the process of going through evidence from Mr. Wright, namely his cell phone, we learned that Jimmy Ray Rogers was someone that he spoke with and in a close time to the weekend when Dr. Teresa Sievers was murdered. So that became something of interest to us during our timeline.
And I guess, how did he act?
Jimmy seemed upset, kind of frantic. Can you start from the beginning and let me know everything that happened, about how you learned about what happened leading up to us talking today?
Like after you guys came, I asked him if he went to Florida, and he told me yeah. And then I asked him what he went down there for, and he said to make money.
And how much money was he supposed to get for this?
Close to $10,000.
Taylor Showmaker was at that time the live-in girlfriend of Jimmy Rogers, one of our primary suspects in the Teresa Sievers investigation. At a point in the investigation, we had information that led to a search warrant on Jimmy Ray Rogers' residence.
I want to move a few weeks forward to July 18th. So the detectives have left, and what did Mr. Rogers say or do?
I don't think he spoke to him very long. I think he pretty much shut him down. They left a business card on the counter, and he grabbed that card and got rid of it and never seen it again.
Did he also take anything to the dumpster to throw out?
Yes, the shoes.
And were those the shoes that had been in the cooler when he got home?
Yes.
What happened after that?
He got his phone out of a locker and put it in a drinking fountain and then stomped it and smashed it.
Did you end up having a conversation with Miss Taylor? Did she end up speaking to you about potential evidence that you might be able to locate?
Yes. She did point out 4 specific items and later took me to another location where I recovered further evidence. How did we come to find these items today?
Because I threw them out the window.
And what was the reason for throwing these out the window?
I didn't know at the time.
But you came to learn why, right?
Yes,
Okay, and why is that?
because he murdered somebody.
Did you and Mr. Rogers have a conversation when you were both in bed?
Yes. I brought up the conversation. I was the one that pretty much told him I knew that he had something to do with the murder. He said they killed her with a hammer.
Did Jimmy have a nickname for himself?
Yeah, Jimmy the Hammer.
As of June 12th, that Curtis Wright was a person of interest. Is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, he was a suspect then.
Yes. We transported him from Missouri back to Lee County.
And during that trip back, did Mr. Wright say anything to you about this case at all?
No.
Okay, bring him out.
Anytime you use somebody who has been involved in a crime, as Curtis Wainwright had been involved, he had 5 felony convictions, I think it is absolutely critical that a jury realize that their verdict doesn't rely on that person, that their verdict is set and solid in evidence that's compelling before they ever heard him testify.
You have never taken a polygraph about this case, have you?
I offered to.
That wasn't what I asked. You have never taken a polygraph in this case, have you?
Wasn't asked to.
That wasn't what I asked.
Curtis Wainwright Jr., a 5-time convicted felon who lied repeatedly to law enforcement in early interviews, was now the key suspect in the death of Teresa Sievers. And before long, Wright would not only be the key suspect, he'd also become the prosecution's star witness. But could they convince a jury to believe an ex-con who was also Mark Sievers' best friend, that his story of a murder for hire was actually the truth?
Mr. Wright, who killed Dr. Teresa Sievers?
Jimmy Rogers and I physically did it, but Mark Sievers was also involved in the planning.
Why did you do it?
I was asked to do it.
By whom?
Mr. Sievers.
I guess it really started about 6 months before. He brought it up in a way that somebody that he knew was having a problem and asked me if I knew anybody that, might be interested in just having somebody beat up or something like that. At least that's what my impression of it was.
You're under arrest right now.
Yes, for the murder of Dr. Sievers. I entered a plea agreement to cooperate.
Mr. Wright's lawyer reached out to us and said that he had some information that could potentially help the investigation. And so the impetus for us was to get additional information that could potentially help our prosecutions of all 3 men. Certainly the impetus for Mr. Wright, with the advice of his attorneys, was to negotiate a better sentence for him. Did law enforcement officers come to Missouri?
They did.
Did they ask you about if you had any involvement in the Teresa Sievers death?
Yes.
Did you tell them the truth?
No.
Why did you lie?
To protect me, Mark, and Jimmy. I tried to throw the detectives off our track. Was the reason that I told them what I did.
I want to ask you some questions that may be upsetting, but I don't want to upset you because this is all part of me trying to do an investigation. Do you have any reason to believe that Teresa was engaged in a relationship with anyone else?
No.
Do you have any reason to believe that Teresa was engaging in any kind of sexual activity with anyone else?
No. Mr. Sievers indicated that he wanted to talk to you about something?
Yes. He told me that he and Teresa were having marital problems. He told me that she was having an affair and that they were having financial problems as well, considering bankruptcy, that she was leaving him, that he couldn't let her take the kids away from him. And he said that they were in danger, some kind of danger, without him there to be able to protect them. He told me that really the only option that he had was for her to die. And he said that he needed to have her killed. I had asked him about, if this was going to happen, kind of money would be available. He had told me that they had a lot of insurance on her. A lot is what he said. He didn't tell me any amounts, but he said that him and the kids would be well taken care of. When the trip got planned, that eliminated the issue with him and the girls being in any danger. He told me that that's when he wanted it done, either Sunday when she got home or Monday or Tuesday when she left work, as long as it was done before he got back.
There was 40 or 50 grand in the house, and weapons, and computers, and other valuable items that belonged to the Sievers family. The fact that those valuables weren't taken from the house was also a key point in the investigation because it tended to negate any suspicion that this was a burglary. The only thing he wanted to steal was Dr. Sievers' life. Have you decided now how she was going to die?
No, not at that point. We hadn't. There was a few different ideas. Initially, I would have liked to have seen it be more look like an accident. Mark's suggestion was that she walked in on a robbery. She got home probably 25 minutes before we were expecting her.
And when she entered the house, what did you do?
I panicked. I jumped up and I followed her into the house.
When you followed her into the house, did you pick up anything?
I did.
What did you pick up?
There was a hammer, among other things, laying on. There's a little chest freezer sitting right to the right side of the door going into the house. So it was right there.
Did you become aware up to this point that Dr. Sievers was aware of your presence?
At that point that I caught up to her, she was right at the countertop. But right before that, there's a dog dish. It's on a stand because the dogs are older dogs, and it's in that little hallway. I tripped over, I hit that thing with my foot.
Did it make a sound?
I kicked that stand. The dog dish went flying, water went everywhere. She jumped and started to turn towards me.
When she started to turn towards you, what did you do?
I hit her. I hit her with the hammer. She was turning to the right to face me, and so it would have been not necessarily the back of the head, but kind of the side, upper side. She put her hands up and was trying to defend herself.
She fought?
Yes.
She fought for her life?
Yeah, she was surprised. I actually think that she thought I was Mark. She said, why? It was just too much. I mean, she would have been dead no matter what happened. It's what we were hired to do, but not like that. Even a walked-in robbery wouldn't be that brutal.
I wanted the jury confident when they heard Curtis Wainwright that he was simply providing a background for what had happened.
You have never taken a polygraph about this case, have you?
I offered to.
That wasn't what I asked. You have never taken a polygraph in this case, have you?
Wasn't asked to.
That wasn't what I asked.
To get into the minds of a juror and a jury and to try to unweave and unravel and figure out why the various members believe or discredit certain witnesses. All we would have to do is be just speculating.
You told Detective Levitt I did not help Mark kill his wife. Do you recall telling Detective Levitt that?
Yes.
And then after the murder, you came down again for the funeral, is that correct?
Yes.
Having the mission completed, right?
Yes.
Did you ever get $50,000 in cash at that time?
No, our agreement was it would be paid after he got his life insurance payment.
Mr. Wright and Mr. Sievers were longtime best friends, and perhaps they felt if this gentleman was willing to rat out or give up his best friend, then there was some credibility to that.
Hopefully we can talk privately tomorrow. Nothing about you or Angie, but it's personal. It was sent to the name of Wainwright. It was sent to him.
And was that message deleted?
Yes.
I want to refer to the line 57673.
Do not want to really use, in quotes, secure texts, end quotes, as I believe nothing is really secure once it's out there.
And to whom was it sent?
To Wayne Wright.
Mark Sievers' cell phone had a number of text messages. To the blind eye would appear to be something that they weren't. But there was parts in the text messages where they became lazy and it almost became a bit of a joke. And that would be eventually what would cause problems for him legally.
Did you see anything in Mr. Sievers' phone records when you were reviewing them that came to your attention?
Yes. There appeared to be content in the text messages that showed that he was speaking with Curtis Wright and would suggest that they may be using another device to communicate.
Was there a particular day that raised a flag to you?
Specifically, June 28th and June 29th.
Are those records around the time of the homicide?
Yes.
And where were you looking to get cell phone records around the time of the homicide, June 28th and 29th?
It would be the towers closest to the incident location, closest to the crime scene.
Did you have an opportunity to conduct an investigation specifically into security video at the Walmart on 6 Mile Cypress?
Yes, sir. I was made aware that there was a video the day prior to the murder that we need to go pull.
Was there a specific person or persons on the video that you were looking for within that Walmart?
Yes, there were 2 individuals that arrived in a white car.
And when you pulled the interior video, did you locate the subjects that you were looking for?
Yes, sir. Jimmy Rogers and Curtis Wainwright.
Anytime you find something on a video, it captures a jury. Something that's within the timeline. Seeing Wright and Rogers at the Walmart, seeing Wright and Rogers walking into Southwest Florida the day of the murder. Anytime we can see something, it carries more impact.
During that investigation, did you have an opportunity to conduct a forensic examination of a Garmin GPS unit?
Yes, I did. I used the forensic software Encase to create what's called a forensic image of the device, which is essentially a copy of all the data on the device.
Eventually, was Mr. Rogers taken into custody in Missouri?
Yes.
And why was he initially taken into custody?
For a federal violation of probation warrant, because we located him on surveillance video footage in Florida. Specifically, it was a Walmart in the city of Fort Myers, Florida.
The cell phones from Jimmy Ray Rogers was very useful because Jimmy brought his phone with him. It connected to the GPS in the car at some point through Bluetooth.
The Garmin piece, in my opinion, cracked this case open. We had all these things we were sifting through, and when the Lee County Sheriff's Office were able to crack that Garmin and get into all that material, it was a turning point in the case, and that evidence was huge.
Next witness.
At this time, the state calls Myra Simmons.
It was a monster as far as the amount of evidence went. And one of the reasons it was such a monster was because of the amount of cell phone evidence, or cell phone dumps, as we call them.
Since I knew there was communication on the 7th, I looked at the Cellbrite downloads of his text messages to see if there was any communication. And he sent a text to Mr. Wright saying, "Since neither one of us are likely to carry both with us, whenever you want to use the other one, just text me, other, quote, other, unquote. And then when I can, I will call." So this kind of sparked my interest of maybe trying to communicate on the burner phones. I understood that there was communications on these burner phones on May the 17th, so I looked through Mr. Sievers' personal cell at his SMS message, and I found this message that says, to Wainwright's personal cell, "Hello, brother, from Ann, quote, other, unquote, mother." That was trying to tell me that maybe these burner phones were trying to communicate with each other.
Obviously, the prosecution spent a lot of time with these text messages, and they assert or allege that there was some sort of a secret code going on with these burner phones, these private phones that they had. I have to imagine that was quite persuasive with the jury, that there was some secret conversations going on.
Did you create a map to reflect the tower pings for the 404 number
Yes,
on the
that's
day of the homicide?
Yes, that's the 404 coming down. And if you see the last one right here is the homicide scene. And that phone shows that 404 pinged there around 11:28 p.m. the night of the homicide.
Even when we narrowed it down to the 3 people we actually arrested in this case, just to go through their cell phone and the cell phone of the victim was an inordinate amount of material, an inordinate amount of time and redaction because there was so much sensitive material.
Okay, let's go back to page 38. Mr. Wright is a bad person. He is a killer. We never hid that from the jury. The benefit to the state for using Mr. Wright is he was able to bring context, just like any other witness, to the forensic evidence. And then on June 30th, you text him and you said, I just talked to Scott, named Scott Sievers, right?
Yes.
And you're telling him in the message that you're basically sorry.
Yes.
Scott Sievers didn't have to tell you that Teresa Sievers was dead,
No.
did he?
No.
In fact, you knew that somebody might at some point see these messages, right?
Yes.
That's why on 6/25, Mr. Sievers texts you and says, I will dispose of outdated computer tomorrow after erasing everything from its memory and then remove the hard drive as well. That's a coded message, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's a coded message from Mr. Sievers telling you that he's destroying and getting rid of his burner phone, isn't it?
Yes, the computer would be referring to the phone and the hard drive would be referring to the SIM card.
Without the Garmin, we never would have been able to tie Curtis Wainwright or Jimmy Ray Rogers to Southwest Florida and to this homicide, period. Without the burner phones, we never would have been able to tie Mark Sievers to this crime. And all the cell tower and technology that goes with it were absolutely critical.
Have you had enough time to talk to your lawyer about whether or not you should testify?
Yes.
Do you need any more time? What would you like to do today, sir?
In the final days of the trial, the facts were becoming more clear. Curtis Wainwright Jr. and Jimmy Ray Rogers killed Dr. Teresa Sievers in a cold and brutal murder allegedly planned by her very own husband, Mark Sievers. Prosecution witnesses would paint a picture of a husband who was mostly concerned that he would become the focus of the criminal investigation. The defense continued to question the credibility of the witnesses and to cast Mark Sievers as a grieving widower. Jimmy Ray Rogers and Curtis Wainwright Jr. were both serving serious time. But what did the future hold for Mark Sievers?
Sir, you do realize that whether or not you testify here today, it's a decision only you can make. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Have you had enough time to talk to your lawyer about whether or not you should testify?
Yes.
Do you need any more time?
No.
What would you like to do today, sir?
I'm not going to testify.
Okay.
But I'd like to go home.
Mark Sievers didn't testify, and I don't think that would have made a difference because there were a couple of times in that courtroom where he shed a tear at a very appropriate moment, and the general reaction to it was he made himself cry. Nobody that knew him in that neighborhood ever said Mark Sievers was an empathetic person.
To be a principal, the defendant does not even have to be present when the crime is committed. That's a powerful instruction. Mr. Sievers is a principal because of that promise to pay. Mr. Sievers is a principal because he provided means for the murder, intelligence information, how to get into the house, what door to use. How did Mr. Wright know that Dr. Sievers would be home alone?
You're going to have to figure out a way of getting Mark Sievers before this jury. Things involving his marriage that were good, his love for his family and his children at the very least, and not said by a third person, but said by him.
The one question you all have to ask yourselves, do you trust Curtis Wainwright? And would you feel different if a polygraph had been administered? Mark Sievers is innocent.
I think most defense lawyers, but specifically myself, you begin to believe, and at some point you feel that you at least have a good puncher's chance of winning.
Mr. Sievers, I've been told we have a verdict. Does either side need any time to talk to their sides or their parties? Because These things are tough, and I'm not going to have any outbursts. We'll let the clerk publish the verdict.
State of Florida versus Mark D. Sievers. Verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to the defendant in this case. Count 1, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Conspiracy. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy. So say we all, December 4th, 2019, by the foreperson.
When that verdict was read, I didn't feel a sense of jubilation. Teresa Sievers lay in her kitchen floor in a pool of blood because Mark Sievers determined she should die. And it filled me with a sense of melancholy. I thought about the girls, I thought about Teresa Sievers' mother, I thought about her sister. And it was a melancholy that not only had the girls lost their mother, they'd lost their father as well.
Members of the jury, you have found the defendant guilty of 1 count of murder in the first degree. The punishment for this crime is either life imprisonment without the possibility of parole or death.
The death penalty is not easy to get, and we certainly don't seek it in every case. So it was very important to us, first of all, to get the first-degree murder conviction so we could then go forward with the penalty phase of the trial.
We have lost our Teresa, the light of our lives, the star of our family. It has been hard for all of us to go on with our daily lives. The void is unimaginable. She was our strength, our inspiration, and our caretaker. And we will miss her every day for the rest of our lives.
The court's going to have to try to determine whether they feel what's called the mastermind, the person who dreams this up and hires the trigger man, is the worst offender, or is the trigger man who actually wielded the hammer and killed the victim the worst offender.
Although a jury found me guilty, I am innocent of all charges. Our girls have tragically lost their mommy, and now they're about to lose their daddy as well. Therefore, I respectfully ask the court for life.
Killing somebody alone is a terrible thing. But you had your wife murdered. She was murdered brutally. You ruined other people's lives. You ruined your best friend's life.
The jury came back with a recommendation for the death penalty. It's just that, it's a recommendation, but I have to give it great weight, which I will do.
I was surprised. Nowadays, getting a jury to recommend a sentence of death is the exception and not the rule.
What did surprise me is they did not find that this murder was done for pecuniary gain, which was the state's primary theory in the whole case, was that it was done for life insurance policies and money.
Sir, I'm going to go ahead and adjudicate you guilty on each count. On the first count, first-degree murder, it's in order of the court that you be sentenced to death, sir. And the second count, conspiracy, I'm going to sentence you to 30 years in prison consecutive to count 1.
Mr. Rogers and Mr. Wright, who both did the killing, one got life and one got 25 years in prison. The proportionality of why the two actual murderers got less than Mr. Sievers did, I think, will be a significant issue for the Florida Supreme Court to hash out down the road.
Justice, sometimes that's as good as it gets. After a case like this, I find that you do hold your loved ones closer and tighter. It's, nothing's promised. The next minute, you may not be here. And it sounds cliche, but I think a lot of cliches exist for a reason, because they're based on fact. And this case definitely made me hold my family very tight.
Shortly after Mark Sievers was sentenced, his lawyers filed a motion for a new trial based on jury misconduct and new information. The new information? A letter from the wife of the man who found Teresa's body, Dr. Mark Petritis, in which she apparently contradicted her husband's testimony. In the letter, Michelle Petritis offered her, quote, unwavering support to Mark Sievers, believed that he was innocent, and offered to take care of the two girls. The letter was found by Mark Sievers' stepmother as she was going through some of Mark's files. Without prolonged deliberation, Judge Bruce Kyle denied the motion. Mark Sievers remains on Florida's death row.
Just want to fast forward to Mr. Curtis Wainwright. What was Mr. Wright's role in this case?
So it is my opinion that Mr. Wright was the only person swinging the hammer, that he was the murderer. And that was based on the some of the crescent-shaped bruises and lacerations on Miss Sievers' skull were all the same size. So he was also the government's star witness, and he got an advantageous plea deal in exchange for his testimony.
And what was your plan for dealing with Mr. Wright, or putting forth your theory of his involvement?
Well, my theory was basically that he was willing to lie in exchange for the best possible outcome. And when you look at his testimony, first time the police talked to him, he said, "I wasn't there." And the next time, "Okay, I was there, but I didn't go in the house." And then it was, "Okay, I was in the house, but I wasn't in the room." And then it was "Okay, I was in the room, but I didn't swing the hammer." And then it was, "Okay, I was in the room and I swung the hammer maybe once or twice, but that was it." And so we had multiple inconsistencies, and there's no way to reconcile those inconsistencies to say that it was mistaken. No, these were lies. These were lies. And even, I believe, in his proffer, Mr. Hunter said, "You are not being truthful." So essentially, one of the jury instructions is, again, you should consider the truthfulness of the witness's statement, specifically looking at, did the witness ever make a prior statement that was inconsistent? And in this case, Mr. Wright absolutely did. And it was very clear that he made these prior inconsistent statements, these lies, in exchange for an advantageous plea deal. And that was not rebutted.
Do you recall if you considered consulting with an expert to advance your theory?
That he lied, that it was recorded. I mean, there was no need for an expert. This was, he gave 5 separate inconsistent statements that one of them could not be true if the other one was. There was no need for an expert. These were lies. Everyone knew they were lies, and yet I cannot see how an expert would say, "Oh yes," when he says he was not in the house, and he said, "Oh, I hit Dr. Sievers with a hammer." There's no way for both of those statements to be true.
Okay. Did you have any desire to speak with Mr. Rogers?
I don't know. So I learned after the trial that Mr. Rogers had changed his story. I had learned after the trial that Ms. Shoemaker had changed her story. And obviously that prior to trial, that would have been helpful, but I hadn't. Yes, my short answer is yes. I would have liked to have spoken to Mr. Rogers. However, he was represented by counsel, and in order to speak to him, I would have to get Ms. Fitzgeorge to agree to allow me to.
Did you make any attempts to do so?
I did not. I did not, because I know that she, her client was facing the death penalty the same way as my client, and Ms. Fitzgeorge is a fierce advocate for her clients.
And then lastly, do you recall how records were shared in this case between your office and?
Okay, so we originally, when this case was going on, I'll fast forward. Currently, records are shared from the state to defense. There's kind of a portal, and you download it. If it's a bigger file, then there's a Axon evidence that you can download these files, and if it's really big, you bring a big flash drive to the state and they give it to you. In this case, we got CDs. It was long enough ago where people were still using CDs. And so I had a big file of CDs. And so at the time, my office was at Winkler and Evans, and we had an entire room at the office that was just dedicated to Mr. Sievers' case. That was all that was in the room. We had trial clothes in there, some paper evidence, but that was the room. And so I don't believe we would have emailed evidence. A lot of this evidence, especially, I remember there were some paper medical records that the court ordered to us to basically not disclose to anyone. Those have since been destroyed.
Let me ask a better, more generalized question. Was all the evidence mainly stored in your office?
Yes.
And then if somebody needed to look at it, would they have had to come to your office?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what your email was when you were with Vega Law?
I had a couple. mmummert@fegalaw.com, and then mmummert@mslawpllc.com.
Okay. Do you recall what Jennifer Mummert's email was?
It would have been probably J. Wood, which was her maiden name. I don't know if she ever got a J. Mummert. It's possible.
Okay. I'll pass witness.
State.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You testified that you've been practicing law since 2005, is that right? And you worked at the public defender's office for 8 years?
Yes.
Miss Fitzgeorge was your supervisor.
She was.
You learned a lot from her.
I did.
And 7 of those years at the public defender's office were spent in the felony division, is that correct?
Yes.
And I think during direct, you described your trial experience as significant.
Yes.
You had well over 30 felony jury trials by the time you left.
Yes.
And then you went into private practice, right?
I did.
You talked about the Fega law firm and how you came about to represent Mr. Sievers, but your firm was actually representing Mr. Sievers in a number of different actions, is that correct?
Yes, we had his probate, there was the wrongful death, the felony, the dependency. I think that's 5.
And so all of those separate cases, your law firm was involved with representing Mr. Sievers.
That's right.
And that included his murder case.
Yes.
What we're here for today. And you primarily were responsible for handling the criminal case, correct?
That's right.
Is it fair to say that you had a good rapport with Mr. Sievers?
I'd like to think so.
You visited him in jail weekly?
I mean, not every week, but pretty close. Generally, on most Sundays were the days where we would go and we'd see Mr. Sievers in the jail and spend a couple hours with him.
Okay, so these weren't short visits?
No, they were not.
You said they would span for several hours at a time?
Generally, yes.
And away from your visits at the jail, you spent a lot of time working on Mr. Sievers' case.
I can't even begin to calculate how many hours. Between court, research, prep, depositions,
Yes.
Mr. Sievers wanted you to represent him, is that correct?
Yes.
And he knew that you were not death qualified?
Yes, that was no secret.
Okay, and there was actually a court hearing about that, right?
There was.
He was explained the benefit of having a death qualified attorney,
He was.
but he had retained your firm and had you representing him.
Yes.
Despite the knowledge of the protections in place of having a death qualified attorney, he wanted to proceed with you as his counsel of choice.
He did.
And he wanted you to represent him so much that he didn't mind that you were not death qualified.
That's right.
While you were not death qualified, you felt that you had the knowledge, experience, and ability to represent him.
I did.
You would not have represented him had you thought that you would not be able to provide competent representation. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you touched on the decision ultimately not to change venue in this case, or move for a change of venue.
Yes.
Is that something that you went back and forth on?
It is. It is. I actually went so far as to draft the motion. I believe I started looking for, you need 2 witnesses to testify that they've heard of the case and they're familiar with it. So I know I had a couple affidavits drafted, but ultimately, this is one of those things I just went back and forth on, and ultimately, when I thought about it, it made the most sense to me. I mean, everything that's unknown is a calculated risk, and to me, leaving venue here in Lee County, Florida, I believed benefited Mark the most.
So that was a strategic decision that you made?
Yes.
After weighing all of your options?
Yes.
And you didn't represent Jimmy Rogers, right?
At no time did I represent Mr. Rogers.
But you are aware that his trial was also local?
Yes.
You talked about attending a CLE seminar, I believe it was Life
Over Death, yes.
Life Over
That's
Death.
it, thank you. Yes.
And that you learned about jury selection during that seminar.
Yes.
Did you follow that paradigm that you learned during the seminar and apply that to Mr. Sievers' case?
I did.
And you also had Mr. Masor assisting you during jury selection.
Yes, I did.
You two spoke about every potential juror.
Every last one.
Did you ever feel like you needed to hire a jury selection expert to assist you?
No.
Had you felt that you needed an expert, would you have sought one out?
If I felt like one was necessary, I would have.
Okay, and Mr. Masor did handle the penalty phase aspect of the case that was in front of the jury, right?
Yes, I did the Spencer hearing, but he did the jury portion.
Okay, so you did the Spencer hearing that was part of the penalty phase in front of the judge?
Yes,
So you were still involved in the penalty phase preparations?
I was.
You spoke with a different mitigation specialist?
Yes, 2 prior.
Okay, and then you ultimately retained a
Mr.
third one?
Giordano.
You mentioned that you had a room in the office that was dedicated entirely to Mr. Sievers' case, is that correct?
That's right.
Did you make that room available to your mitigation specialist?
100% yes.
You gave them access to that room if they needed to to get any of the materials?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you had Mr. Sievers evaluated by Dr. Underwood.
Yes.
You were present for those evaluations and meetings?
I do not believe that I was. So I do recall one of the diagnostic tools was the MMPI, which is the Massachusetts Multiphasic Personality Inventory. That has, I close to 1,000 questions that you write down. And watching Mr. Sievers fill out the MMPI, I think is going to be more helpful to a psychologist than a criminal defense attorney.
Okay. Do you recall attending any of the meetings between Dr. Underwood and Mr. Sievers?
I believe I was there for their initial meeting. You know, I want to just make sure that if I'm introducing someone to Mark, that that there's good chemistry there. That you know, I want to make sure it's a good fit. That they're going to work effectively together.
So is it fair to say you didn't actually observe him, Mr. Sievers, filling out all the questionnaires, but you did take part in some of the process of the evaluation?
Yes.
Okay, and ultimately, Dr. Underwood did not diagnose Mr. Sievers with anything that would have been helpful in his mitigation phase.
No. So for mitigation, things that would have been helpful, schizophrenia, bipolar type 2, you know, things like that nature that, okay, you know, even if the jury were to find someone guilty, okay, well, you know, maybe this is something that due to, you know, a mental illness, they were, you know, this person did not really have as much of the capacity to appreciate what they were doing. But no, there was none of that.
Is that the reason why ultimately Dr. Underwood wasn't called to testify in the case?
Yes, we don't need an expert to say that you know, Mr. Sievers has you know, no mental health issues.
Fair enough. And there was a mention on direct of a expert named J.D. Thomas.
Yes.
But you don't really recall the interaction?
I really don't.
Okay.
I really don't.
You had phrased the theory of the case and explained that there was a lot of extraneous evidence during the trial that you did not feel like related directly to your client, Mr. Sievers.
Yes.
If you had a crime scene expert testify, do you feel that it could have potentially fallen into the aspect of being extraneous rather than helping your client?
I do. Just at a certain point, you hit diminishing returns, and I cannot say in good conscience that okay, a crime scene expert would have been necessarily very helpful to Mr. Sievers' portion of the case. Our theory has always been that there was no conspiracy, not that there was no murder, not even that Mr. Wright did not commit the murder, just that there was no conspiracy. Our theory of the case is that if it was designed to look like a home invasion robbery and there was $30,000 in cash in the house, why wasn't that taken? If the purpose of this is a murder for hire, why was the murder carried out in the least efficient way possible? And it looked more like anger and rage than somebody who came to take life very efficiently and escape without notice. The inconsistencies with the state's theory of the case that this was a murder for hire, and I still believe Mr. Sievers is innocent, and I'll go to my grave believing that. It just didn't make sense. That and the fact that Curtis Wayne Wright was a known liar, and the jury knew it, and yet I think some of the photos of Dr. Sievers were some of the worst photos I've ever seen. And I think at the end of the day, and this is just me speculating here, that the jury was moved to either anger or sympathy over the manner in which Dr. Sievers was murdered.
If I may just have a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned what you referred to as gruesome autopsy photos and crime scene photos. You actually attempted to get those excluded from evidence, right?
Yes.
And you were not successful with that.
I was not. So it was my theory. There was no question that she was dead. There was no question that she was murdered. There was no question about the manner in which she was murdered. The question was Mr. Sievers, was he the mastermind? Did he orchestrate this? And ultimately the gruesome autopsy photos didn't advance the state's theory that yes, he was the one who orchestrated that. If there was some evidence that, hey, Mr. Sievers says, hey, I want you to go and murder my wife with a hammer, and that's how it happened, okay, I can see the relevance there. But it wasn't. And so the sole purpose of the gruesome crime scene photos and autopsy photos was to prejudice the jury against my client.
Rogers never offered to testify in Sievers' case, is that correct?
That's correct. Well, he may have after the fact. I don't know if he has since, but at the time of Mr. Sievers' trial, he had not.
Okay, so when you were preparing for the trial, you never heard from either Mr. Rogers or Miss Fitzgeorge that, hey, Mr. Rogers is willing to testify in an effort to help Mr. Sievers?
No, I would have remembered that, and I would have taken Miss Fitzgeorge up on that.
Okay. One of your themes was that Dr. Sievers was worth more alive than she was dead. Is that correct?
100% yes.
And you tried to discredit the state's murder for hire theory.
Yes.
You tried to show that the murder was not committed for pecuniary gain.
And I was successful in that.
Yes, the jury ultimately did not find that aggravator, correct?
Yes.
When I asked you about the time that you spent on Mark Sievers' case, you said you couldn't even begin to estimate. I mean, if you had to, how many hours do you think you spent on his case?
I mean, given everything, I mean, over 1,000 hours, and it's not even really close. Just looking at the evidence, preparing, going to court, seeing Mr. Sievers in the jail. It was a very, very time-intensive case.
Okay. Did you also have Mr. Al Olson working with you?
I did.
And he was part of your defense team?
We had Mr. Olson as our private investigator, yes.
Okay. And does a Mr. Tom Matthews ring a bell?
Yes, Mr. Matthews was, I believe, an accountant.
Okay. And he would have been someone that you possibly consulted with?
I believe we did, just to kind of look over the Sievers finances, and everything indicated that the Sievers family was doing well financially. It looked like they were more spenders than savers, but they lived a nice lifestyle. They did the things they wanted to do. They bought the things that they wanted to buy, and as far as I could tell, all of their bills were getting paid, and the Sievers family was not in any dire financial trouble.
You mentioned that you felt that Mr. Wright was infatuated, or I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, did you mention that Mr. Wright was infatuated with Mr. Sievers?
I believed he was, yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I couldn't remember at the time. Okay, so why did you believe that he was infatuated with Mr. Sievers?
So there were some text messages that just heterosexual friends don't send to each other. You know, like little pet names and things like that. That just, it kind of struck me as this may have been a relationship that, you know, maybe Mr. Wright may have wanted something more out of the relationship.
Sievers never admitted to you that he had a relationship with Mr. Wright, though, correct?
He did not, no.
Okay. And are you aware that he actually denied having a relationship during his evaluation with Dr. Underwood?
Yes.
But you were aware that there were potentially some allegations that there was a relationship there?
Just the text messages, just there were some text messages about, hey there, sunshine, is it up? Referring to like morning erections. It just, you know, just kind of bizarre.
Did you choose not to focus on that information and have the jury hear that information?
I did.
And why was that?
Well, a couple reasons. One, it was my belief that Mr. Sievers wanted to effectuate his constitutional right to remain silent. And for me to really get into that, that would have required Mr. Sievers' testimony. Also, I don't know how a jury is going to take that evidence. And if you're not sure, and you're the defense, and you know that the state carries the burden of proof, then you're not going to introduce a new element into the trial that, you know, if there are people on the jury who are homophobic, maybe they hold that against Mark. Maybe they judge Mark based on homophobia and not on the facts and the law.
In addition to possibly having a bias against being homophobic, would it potentially introduce a motive that may not have existed in their minds before?
It absolutely could have. It absolutely could have. And so it just, it ultimately, it didn't make sense to, you know, to just introduce something that I don't know how the jury's going to take it, and I don't know if it could actually make my case worse.
So that was a strategic decision by you not to introduce that evidence and proceed on a theme of that sort?
Yes.
That there was a sexual relationship?
Yes.
All right. During the deposition a few weeks ago, you cried. Is that correct?
Yes. Thank you.
That wasn't the first time that you cried about this case, was it?
No.
You care very much about Mr. Sievers?
I do.
And you care about his case?
I do.
You followed what was going on with his direct appeal?
Yes.
You watched his Florida Supreme Court argument?
No, I actually believe I had court at that time that conflicted with that.
You didn't travel to Tallahassee to?
No.
Okay.
I did not.
But you did
I followed it.
follow his case. And you feel that you did everything you can to represent him adequately
I do. I also feel like I failed.
because you didn't get the result that you were hoping for.
Yes.
If I may just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm ready, Your Honor. That's good.
You may
May I-
proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. There was actually a written stipulation between the defense and the state to not go into the sexual or alleged sexual relationship between Mr. Wright and Mr. Sievers. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And going back to when the state initially sought to seek the death penalty in this case, you actually moved to get the indictment dismissed. Is that right?
I did.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Defense.
Yes, briefly.
Mr. Sievers indicated that he wanted to talk to you about something.
Yes. He told me that he and Teresa were having marital problems. He told me that she was having an affair and that they were having financial problems as well, considering bankruptcy, that she was leaving him, that he couldn't let her take the kids away from him. And he said that they were in danger, some kind of danger, without him there to be able to protect them. He told me that really the only option that he had was for her to die. And he said that he needed to have her killed. I had asked him about, if this was going to happen, what kind of money would be available. He had told me that they had a lot of insurance on her. A lot is what he said. He didn't tell me any amounts, but he said that him and the kids would be well taken care of. When the trip got planned, that eliminated the issue with him and the girls being in any danger. He told me that that's when he wanted it done, either Sunday when she got home or Monday or Tuesday when she left work, as long as it was done before he got back.
Court TV special contributor Ashley Banfield taking a closer look at this case on her program, Judgment with Ashley Banfield. Ashley, I remember this case. I mean, it is just horrific. The fact that a potential custody fight caused Mark Sievers to act out in the absolute worst way.
Why is it we always get these cases, Vinny, that, just get a divorce? For God's sake, stop killing the person that you want to leave. You can still see your kids. You can still eat and get 3 squares and a roof over your head, and you won't end up, on death row. So apparently our advice doesn't work for a lot of people, and they still do this. In this particular case, it's a little confusing in this case, because you just saw those clips where Curtis Wainwright Jr., who's the best friend, childhood friend of Mark Sievers, the husband who had his wife done away with, they look identical. They almost look like twins. I could almost imagine, there she has her wedding rings. Oh, I could imagine her seeing him in that kitchen before she's about to die and thinking it was her husband. But it wasn't. And that terrible scene you're looking at on your screen right there, this was the scene that the neighbor actually had to walk into, because Mark Sievers, who's up in Connecticut with his wife who had to come home early, calls him out of the blue, never usually calls him, and says, hey, check on my wife and see if she's okay. So he did. He went over to the house, and take a look at this.
I started to walk towards the entryway from the garage into the house, and one of the dogs, they had 2 dogs, and one of the dogs ran out into the driveway. As I was walking into the house, I was calling her name. There was no answer. After I took a couple of steps into the house, it was obvious where she was. She was dead on the floor in the kitchen.
I know that you're a doctor, but can you tell me how you were able to figure out at that point that Dr. Sievers was dead?
Well, there was a lot of blood on the floor in the kitchen, a big puddle around her body, and she had this massive head wound in the back of her head, and she was cold and lifeless. I yelled into the house. I did not know if their daughters were at home with her. There was no response, and so I left the house to call 911.
Oh, can you imagine, Vinny, that neighbor? By the way, he's a doctor, so he knows exactly what he's talking about. But can you imagine making that fine? You see that evidence in court just modeled with so much blood and hair, and I just can't imagine what it was like being the first one on that scene.
And his concern was the children, right? Are the children in the house? You know, is the killer in the house? All of that.
Right.
His testimony is so important in this case because when does your neighbor call you up and say, "Hey, can you check on my wife?" I mean, that's just. And Mark Sievers, I mean, Mr. Twitchy, he was writing all this scribble scrabble throughout the whole thing. Was such an awkward person.
Yeah, well, he was awkward on the scene as well. He was awkward with everything. He didn't ask the right questions. And when that neighbor called him and said, "Oh my God," he didn't say your wife is dead in a pool of blood, but he said something's horrible here happened. And Mark Sievers didn't say what happened. You know, he started to jump way ahead in the story, and so it all just didn't sit well with that neighbor at all. But that testimony is really important. But the wicked important testimony is Mark Sievers' friend, his childhood friend, Curtis Wainwright Jr. That guy was painted into a box that was so tight that he had no way of getting out of it other than to get up on the stand and turn state's evidence against his childhood best friend, basically saying, that man over there who looks a lot like me, yeah, my best friend over there in that blue suit, white tie, he hired me and another guy to kill Teresa. And here's how I did it. Have a look.
She was turning to the right to face me. And so it would have been not necessarily the back of the head, but kind of the side, upper side. She put her hands up and was trying to defend herself.
She fought?
Yes.
She fought for her life?
Yeah, she was surprised. I actually think that she thought I was Mark. She said, "Why?"
You can understand why, right, Vinny? Why would she think it's Mark? They look identical, these childhood friends. The killer is someone she's known for so long. It's her husband's best friend there in the dark as she comes home from Connecticut and leaves the family back up there a few more days. She's coming home to a dark house, and that's coming at her with a hammer. Just horrifying.
The other part of this relationship between the doppelgangers, Mark Sievers and Curtis Wright, is when the plan was allegedly hatched. It was like the night before Curtis Wright was getting married. You know, Mark Sievers travels to go visit his friend the night before the wedding, and then as they're driving to get the hot dogs for the reception, he tells him and asks him to do it. I mean, it's so strange. I don't understand it. And Teresa Sievers, I don't even know how she got mixed up with a crowd like this, because she's so accomplished, such a great person, great mother, great daughter, and a successful doctor. I don't understand how she got mixed up with these people.
You never do, right? How did Lori Vallow end up with Chad? You know, there are so many things that I think devolve over the years. They had 2 beautiful daughters together, and by all accounts, these neighbors and friends said they just loved her. She was beloved. Her her patients loved her, but there was that acrimony and the looming separation. And Mark said to his best friend Curtis, she's going to take the kids and we're going to go bankrupt. And I guess money corrupted him and maybe the others too. But you know what? There's nothing like the voice of a mother on the stand to tell a jury and a judge how much of a loss it is to know that her daughter was brutalized like this, especially when it's a death penalty case and the aggravators have to get over a certain barometer, right? In order for that jury to recommend a death penalty for the guy who didn't kill her, right? He orchestrated it. The other guys, they did the killing. His best friend did the killing. Those two other guys that were orchestrated, that were purchased to do the dirty work, they got life and 30 years. But this guy, he wasn't even in the state. He wasn't even there, but he orchestrated it, and they're going for the death penalty. So here's Teresa's mother on the stand, just to put the icing on the cake of aggravators. Have a look.
We have lost our Teresa, the light of our lives, the star of our family. It has been hard for all of us to go on with our daily lives. The void is unimaginable. She was our strength, our inspiration, and our caretaker. And we will miss her every day for the rest of our lives.
I mean, I look at the judge there's not a dry eye in that courtroom. And that's why when you have a case like this, Vinny, we've covered them before. It's not the only one. It won't be the last either. It's not necessarily that you did the killing, but for your actions, she'd be alive. So it feels weird that the guy that took the hammer, who was her friend and bashed her head in, doesn't get the death penalty, but that the husband who was in another state does. And he's, obviously he's appealing it, but he's on death row. But we've seen it before. The guy who made the plan, James Sullivan, same thing, right? The guy who makes the plan, yeah, you could get death. And the guy who actually pulls the trigger or takes the hammer might not.
It's really an aggravating factor. I mean, back in New Jersey, where I was a prosecutor, before they eliminated the death penalty, that was an aggravating factor, murder for hire. If you hired someone, that would be one of the factors that would make the case death penalty qualified and eligible.
Yeah.
So the
every
law,
state has a little different, right? Like every state has a little bit different. In Texas, if it's an officer of the law, that's instantly a capital crime and a death penalty eligible. In other states, if it's a child or someone under a certain age, that's automatically death penalty eligible. But don't forget, some jurors recommend the death penalty and the judges aren't bound by it. I've seen judges in Florida actually depart from a jury recommendation. It's very odd. Very odd. And then some judges in other states, they can depart all the time. And it's just simply, and then other states, what the jury rules is, bound, the judge is bound by it. I always find it really odd, state to state in this union, how everybody's so different, especially on the question of death.
Yeah, and for some states, they've turned the page. They're not going there anymore. Others, they're starting to take starting to get back into it, because there's always an issue, because there's such a strong lobby against the death penalty. There are different issues that crop up from time to time.
Don't get me started. You know where I go. You know where I go with this, Vinny Politan. I
don't think I
say,
know.
So it's nothing about your morals, nothing about whether you think it's right or wrong to kill a man. That is not my point. My point is that you better damn well be perfect if you're going to kill a guy. If you're going to have state legislated killing, you better damn well be perfect. And I have not met anybody perfect. I have not seen perfect science. I have seen great science handled by idiots, and that's not perfect. And if you've got an imperfect system, you do not get a mulligan when you take someone's life. I do not care your judgment on the person. That's not at issue. It's just that if you can't get it right, you shouldn't be in the business of killing.
Well, yeah, I don't agree, but I'm not going to debate right now.
You think it's okay to kill an innocent man if, the lab mixed up the DNA?
No, it never is. It never is.
No.
But
you're saying it's, what's
no. I There's a whole bunch of tests and things that are in the Vinnie Politan formula for death penalty cases, but we
And
just don't.
you're awesome, but the system's not. We have seen case after case of people
A
wrongfully
lot of
convicted,
those are very
exonerations.
old. A lot of those are
So
very
what?
old. And a lot of those
Our
exonerations
science
are
is
based
great.
on DNA. A lot of
Yeah,
exonerations
that
are based on
science is
DNA.
great.
Right. So with the DNA
you know
now,
what?
you don't get convicted.
Remember that lady up in the Boston lab who was messing up every one of those samples all over the place? That's DNA handled by fools. And I'm just saying, if the system can't be perfect, then we shouldn't be in the business of taking lives. Again, if it was somebody who did something to my mother, I could probably pull the lever myself. So it's not about the morals. It's just about being so imperfect with great science and great tools and just scattering them and dropping them left, right, and center.
We'll agree to disagree, but we will set up a future segment dedicated
Okay.
solely to that.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. I'll ask that you have your responses be verbal for the purpose of the record.
All right.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Could I trouble you to state your full name?
Jimmy Ray Rogers.
All right, and I know that there's some issues sometimes with that last name spelling. Can you spell the last name?
Rogers. Rodgers.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Rogers, how would you characterize the extent to which you know my client, Mr. Mark Sievers?
I would say that I know Hamid Hunter better than I know Mark Sievers, which is to say that I don't know him at all.
Okay. And let's keep responses responsive to the questions asked, please. So, Mr. Rogers, where are you from?
Paris, Missouri.
Okay. Have you lived in any other states?
Only while incarcerated.
You bring up an important point. Mr. Rogers, have you ever been convicted of a felony in any state or the federal system?
Yes, I have.
How many felonies have you been convicted of?
3.
Okay. And have you ever been, besides what brings us here today, have you ever been incarcerated?
Yes, I have.
And since you were 18, how many times have you been incarcerated? Excluding this.
Because I caught a probation violation on this, I would say twice.
Okay, okay. All right. And how old are you, Mr. Rogers?
I am 35.
And when these matters went to trial around 2019, how old were you?
2019, I would have been 29 years old.
And now, I know that you'd indicated that you don't know my client particularly well. How do you know my client?
I met him at Curtis Wainwright's wedding, as well as at the wedding party of Curtis Wainwright.
Well, let's talk about Mr. Curtis Wainwright, because I think he's the nexus here. How did you know how did you first meet Mr. Curtis Wainwright?
I was incarcerated with him in the inside of a county jail, which is also a federal hold facility in St. Genevieve, Missouri.
Okay. So you encountered him. Was he also an inmate there?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And I guess, was he a bunkmate? Was he a podmate? How did you come to meet him there?
I got to know him. We were living inside of an open pod, and I don't know, Florida's kind of different, but inside of Missouri, it's segregated more or less by race when you're incarcerated. He was one of the only other white guys inside the pod that I was in.
Okay. And I guess, was your association with him any personal benefit to you?
Yes, it was, because he's got a background in martial arts, and I know him having 19-inch arms, being a 200-plus pound guy, it's a good guy to have on your side, at least in a county jail setting.
Can you recall, what's his stature about? How tall is he?
5'10".
Okay. How tall are you?
5'10".
Now, before we get more into you and Mr. Wainwright, let's talk about you before you were incarcerated. So you grew up in Missouri.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about your family, mom and dad.
My mom, she passed away when I was 9 years old of suicide. My father passed away whenever I was 17 of heart failure.
Okay. So, I guess from age 17, were you on your own? Did you have a guardian?
I was on my own. My brother was never actually appointed as my legal guardian. So I was just living at a house on my own at 17 years old.
Okay, so well, let me ask about that. You mentioned a brother. Do you have any other siblings?
I got 2 half-sisters.
Okay, and are they in your life or in your family at all?
Lisa is, Jennifer not. I don't actually know my sister Jennifer. I've only met her a handful of times.
Okay. So, I guess, how old were you when you first met Mr. Wainwright?
I was 20 years old. I was 20 years old.
Okay, so you'd been on your own for a little bit, got in trouble, get incarcerated. You meet Mr. Wainwright at that point.
Yes, sir.
How close were you with your brother once he came back to be with you after your parents died?
We, had been separated for many years, but me and my brother became pretty close.
Okay. And was he around like when your father passed away?
No, he was in Iraq.
Okay. Was he in the military?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, I guess, do you have much family at all before you go into jail and are incarcerated and meet Curtis Wainwright?
I have a bunch of people I'm related to, but not necessarily what I would say family.
Okay, not a nurturing support system.
Exactly.
Okay. So, I guess, how long were you and Mr. Wainwright incarcerated together?
Around a year.
Okay. And at the conclusion of that year, how did you part ways?
I went to prison, and then shortly thereafter, he went to state prison.
Okay.
And I had a pen pal that he had introduced me to, which was his cousin. So I continued writing her, and throughout the course of me writing his cousin, me and him stayed in contact.
Okay. And is that contact like through mail through the jail? Is he coming to visit you? How would you characterize this contact?
It was through the mail. Once he got out of prison, he would actually email me while I was in prison. His cousin, who was my pen pal, her and her mother, which is Wayne's aunt, actually came over to the state of Kansas to visit me while I was incarcerated. I stayed in contact actually with Wayne's mom, which is Chainwright. She wrote me for several years actually while I was incarcerated.
Okay. It sounds like, to the extent that you didn't have much of a family before you went in, after having met Curtis and coming out, you kind of had a substitute family sprout up around you. Would you agree with that, or am I going too far?
Going too far.
Okay, how would you characterize it?
I was friends with Curtis Wainwright, got to become friends of his family, as well as how I became friends with his wife's family, Angela Wright.
Okay. So, do you two, once you're released from prison and your sentence is done, or at least the incarcerative portion of the sentence is done, do you maintain any contact? Is he out of your life entirely? How do things progress from there?
Well, whenever I was leaving federal prison, I was actually supposed to be, my approved home plan was actually Curtis Wainwright's address at his wife's, where he was, the woman he was married to before Angela Wright was my approved home plan. Because I was supposed to actually live with his cousin Christina, but because of where she was living at, I could not move in with her because I wouldn't be on the lease. So we was going to use Wayne's address as my release plan while I actually stay at her house.
Okay. So, it sounds like he's kind of like enmeshing you within his family by making all of these different people available to you.
Objection, counsel's testified.
Sustained.
Okay. Did Mr. Wainwright incorporate you into his family or his, I guess, community? As
I got to know many people that he knew.
Okay. So, once you are released from prison, Are you staying with Mr. Wainwright?
No, sir.
Okay, are you staying on your own?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I guess while you were incarcerated, did you have any counseling or have access to any services for mental health?
Whenever I was at USP Leavenworth, they used to prescribe me Buspar.
Okay.
Say it again, please.
Buspar?
And would that be Buspar?
I don't know how to spell it.
Okay. Do you know the diagnosis for which you were given that medication?
PTSD.
Okay. How have you noticed your PTSD manifest to the extent that you have?
I have night sweats, night terrors.
Are there any things that are particular triggers for you?
Yes, lots of blood.
Okay. So, I guess, do you continue to receive any treatment or mental health supervision upon your release from prison?
My federal probation officer had me going to a place in Farmington, Missouri for counseling there.
Okay, like talk therapy?
Yes.
Okay. Any subsequent hospitalizations or medical interventions because of mental health?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So once you're on your own subsequent to your release, are you employed? You know, how do you make ends meet?
I actually met a girl whenever I was getting ready to be released, fell in love, moved to her hometown, got a job working for a company called JV Contracting, stands for Juliet and Vincent. Because I didn't have a credit score at the time, he rented me a place that he owned and was just taking my rent out of my paycheck while I was working for him.
And I'm going to interject real quick. Who is the he and the him in this instance?
Tyler Juliet,
Okay, so another individual person.
the guy who I worked for, my employer.
Okay. And I guess from there, do you ever come into Curtis's orbit again?
Yes, me and him
Let me ask real quick, did you ever leave his orbit at any point from your release to eventually, meeting up with him again?
Not really, because I moved 4 hours south of where I used to live.
Mm-hmm.
So the only person I even knew in the vicinity was Curtis Wainwright.
Okay. All right, so I guess you never left his orbit. How do you interact with him going forward? Because I imagine you don't need his protection anymore from other inmates, so there must be other bases for how you related.
We do a bunch of side jobs together, how I do commercial, residential, and industrial construction. Wayne collects a check for disability, so he does a bunch of cash jobs. Me not knowing the surrounding area or knowing the people, I just do work with him, installing flooring, painting houses, putting in windows, doors.
And is that the kind of work that you would also done through this JV
Contracting.
JV contracting?
Yes, sir. When I'm doing residential, because there's a residential side and a commercial side.
Okay. And so, yes, was employment for you more or less steady up through 2015?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I guess, were you struggling to pay bills? Like how were you living financially?
I got all my bills super low, about 25–30% of my monthly income, actually.
Okay. Has to do with where you were living?
Yes, real estate's about location, location, location. I live in the middle of nowhere.
Okay. So, from that point, how in the world does Mark Sievers become involved in your life?
We just attended a wedding together.
Well, let's talk about that wedding. When was it roughly?
In May, beginning of May,
And help me out with the year.
2015.
Okay. So, who was getting married?
Curtis Wainwright.
To whom?
Angela, I don't know what her last name was at the time, actually. It's Angela right now, but
Angela, right now. Right now. Okay. And I guess prior to that, had you ever seen or met Mark?
no, I had not.
Okay. When do you first see or meet Mark in relation to the wedding festivities?
He was the last guy to show up to the wedding party. We were all waiting on him to show up. That way we could go to the bar. But with him being the best man, nobody wanted to go to the bar until he showed up.
Okay, so let me ask about that. Where are you waiting for his arrival?
We're all at Curtis Wainwright's house, just partying, drinking.
And this is pre-wedding festivities that everyone's participating in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned everyone was waiting for Mark. Can you explain that a little bit? Why were they waiting for him, and where were they going to go upon his arrival?
We were supposed to leave from Wayne's house to go to a bar. Angela Wright already had people there that were supposed to be meeting us. There were supposed to be more people that was going to be attending the wedding that was already at the bar. So essentially, this is the beginning party at the house, drink before you go to the bar. We were just waiting for him to show up.
Okay. Do you see him show up?
Yes, sir.
So you personally witnessed him arrive at that location?
No, I just witnessed him come into the house at that location.
So subsequent to his arrival, he walked into the home?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm saying this. I was in the home at the party when our Mark came into the door of the home where the party is taking place.
Thank you very much. I guess during this time, how big is this place where this party is going on?
It's a single wide trailer, and there's probably, I don't know, 12 to 15 people.
Okay, so I guess did you have, whether or not you were staring at him, did you have line of sight on where Curtis was during these festivities?
For the most part, we would go outside to smoke. So some people would go outside, but in and out. But otherwise, it's a small trailer.
Okay.
You essentially got a living room and a kitchen that's open, conjoined together. That's where everybody's at, unless you're outside smoking.
So when Mark arrives, does everyone immediately pile into cars? Is everyone milling about? Describe what happens.
Mark showed up within, I'd say, another 10 to 20 minutes. We all left to go to the bar.
Okay, within those 10 to 20 minutes, did you have an opportunity to see where Curtis was?
Yes.
Where was he?
Normally talking to Mark Sievers.
Okay.
They were outside with us while me and Taylor Showmaker were smoking and other people that was around.
Did you ever, or can you recall a point in time where Mark and Curtis went off somewhere separate from everywhere else?
No, that did not happen.
Well, so let me ask you though, did you have eyes on either or both of the men at all times during those 10 minutes?
I can't say at all time, but I can tell you that it's a tiny trailer and I don't know, Wayne's getting married. It's essentially Wayne's party. Everybody's talking to him. Like he's the focal point of everybody's attention the entire time.
Okay. And I guess, to what extent are you aware of where Mark's at during those 10 to 20 minutes?
It's a party. I'm just, don't know how you want me to say this. We're all gathered around outside, drinking beer, smoking cigarettes, sitting around on the porch. It's nice, it's cooler outside actually than it is inside with the air conditioning being the way that it is, and it's hot. I don't know, so
Okay.
it's actually cool out.
Well, now, as you described it, it sounds like there's some people inside and some people outside.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the people who are inside, while you're outside smoking, were Mark and Curtis inside at the same time?
It was Angela Wright that was inside along with her friends putting on their makeup for us to go to the bar.
Okay. So, as best as you can recall, did you ever see Mark and Curtis go inside during that 10 to 20 minute window subsequent to Mark's arrival?
You mean our departure?
Subsequent to Mark's arrival at the party, where there's the 10 to 20 minutes.
I'm saying is Mark showed up to a party that was already active.
Right.
As soon as he showed up, we were waiting on him to leave to go to the bar. Then we had to wait on the girls to do their makeup. We were all outside, and then we left to go.
Okay, so Mark arrives, wait for the ladies to finish getting ready.
And then
they
we leave.
finish, you leave. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So this is the first time you meet Mark. What was your impression of him?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
I did not like him.
Okay.
He was that guy that likes to try to one-up you.
Okay. How do you mean?
my brief interactions that I had with him and the conversations that I had, they're at the party as well as they're at the bar. Just anytime that somebody brought something up, he was the guy that wanted to try to be better than you. Give an example is I was talking with Angela Wright's friend who has a car restoration business. While we were speaking about vehicles, somebody brought up the fact I used to own a couple C4 Corvettes. He immediately jumped in, wanted to make a big deal of the fact that he had a C5 Corvette and his was new whenever he bought his and owned his. Whenever I showed my scars on my arms from laying down my Harley, he jumped in and wanted to point out that his Harley Davidson that he has now is newer than the one I used to have. Is then told me that, asked me what I ride. When I told him I no longer own a bike, he told me then don't talk about motorcycles if you don't ride.
Gotcha. Okay. And so at this point, everyone goes to the bar. I guess, did you interact with him besides what you've just described at the bar?
Not really. Tommy Martin, one of Wainwright's friends, somebody that I think, I don't know, has a pretty good character base, say. It's like, Tommy told me that he didn't like Mark. That was the general census from a few other people, so I just pretty much avoided him.
Okay. And I guess, how long is everyone out at that bar?
I don't know, 2 a.m. when it finally closes down.
Okay. So it closes down, where does everyone go? Where do you go to?
We all go back to Curtis Wainwright's house.
Okay, when you say we all go, who do you mean?
Tommy Martin, his wife Jennifer, me, Taylor, Angie, Wayne, Mark. They're Wayne's friend from another Alabama was there along with his wife. I don't know their names. I know he had an old Ford truck. So the guy from Alabama and his wife took Ernie's bedroom. Me and Taylor, we took Wayne's middle child's bedroom. I'm trying to think of her name. I don't know. Anyways, we took his daughter's bedroom, me and Taylor did, and Mark slept in the bedroom with Angie and Wayne. And Tommy Martin and his wife slept inside the living room.
Okay. Well, let me ask you about that, because if I recall, you described the interior of this place as essentially a living room, a kitchen, and then a room, but it sounds like there are multiple bedrooms within
There's
this.
3 bedrooms inside the house. You got a hall, it's a single wide trailer, so you have 2 bedrooms on one side of the house, a bedroom on the other side of the house, but the middle where the door where you walk into the home is just the living room and the kitchen open floor plan.
Okay.
So unless you're gonna go into a bedroom down that hallway.
Okay. Well, let me back up to make sure that I didn't miss anything previously. So, as far as you can recall, and now I'm referring to before everyone left for the bar, did you ever see Curtis go into any one of those bedrooms, secreted away from anyone else?
No, the only time that Wayne ever vanished away from other people and everybody was looking for him, because again, he's the life of the party, is his friend that came from Alabama. Wayne kept disappearing to the bathroom with him and then coming back out, presumably high,
Why do you say that?
because Wayne likes to do methamphetamines.
Why do you say that?
Because Wayne does methamphetamines and's been to prison for meth.
People say things about people all the time. Have you ever witnessed Wayne doing methamphetamines?
Absolutely, on numerous occasions.
Well, that explains it. Okay. Was there ever a time that you saw Mark, and again, I'm still talking about prior to everyone going to the bar, was there ever a time where you saw Mark go into any of these bedrooms on his own?
Only whenever we came back from the bar, whenever he went to the bedroom with Angie and Wayne to sleep for the night.
Okay. So, and did you and Taylor stay at the Wright's residence for the entirety of the night?
Yes, we spent the night there. All of us that spent the night were the people who set up the wedding inside the park the next morning.
Okay. So, where did you say you and Taylor were staying?
The bedroom at the very other end of the home.
Okay. If someone got up to leave in the middle of the night, it sounds like you probably wouldn't have been able to see them, or you otherwise would not have noticed them.
Only if I would have heard their car door open or close, because it's a single wide trailer. It's, I don't know, you can hear anything, kind of like a thin wall on an apartment.
Okay. So
We're closest towards where the vehicles are parked.
during the evening, during your stay there, did you hear or otherwise notice anyone leaving?
No, I did not.
Okay. When you woke up, to your knowledge, or to the best of your recollection, was Mark still there?
Yes, he was.
Okay, so it sounds like you can state Mark did not leave at any point during the night.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
Can you advise whether or not Mr. Sievers left at any point during the night?
To my knowledge, he did not leave. He was there in the morning whenever I got up.
Okay. So from the group slumber party in the trailer, where does everyone go from there?
We all go down to DeSoto, Missouri, to where the wedding is supposed to be held inside of a park.
Okay. At what time of day do you all get up to leave?
I don't know, it was early. I don't know exact hour, just we got up early inside of the morning. And then me and Taylor actually stopped by her apartment there inside of DeSoto to grab a couple things as we headed right down to the park, because the park's just a little ways away from her apartment.
Do you know if Mark, Mr. Sievers, went directly from Mr. Wright's residence to the park, or did he have any intervening stops to the, as far as you're aware?
Whenever we all made it down there to the park was all around about the exact same time. Everybody was down there. Whenever I showed up to the park, Mark Sievers was already at the park, and other people helping setting up chairs as well as putting things over the tables, like cloths, and taping them in place.
Were there any impediments to immediately beginning the setup for the wedding?
Yes, there was a bunch of soccer moms that were at the, I was about to call it a lean-to, I don't know what you would call it, the pavilion. There was a bunch of soccer moms that were over there sitting on the tables that we was wanting to set up for the wedding.
Okay.
We reserved it, but we reserved it apparently only for a short window, so they still had a soccer game going and all kinds of other crazy stuff going on down there when we first showed up.
So the pavilion, I guess the venue was reserved essentially for the duration of the wedding,
Yes,
not contemplating the setup time?
yes.
Okay. So, does everyone wait at the scene until the setup can begin, or do people mill around and leave?
We start setting up the chairs because we could set up what we have to be able to set up. We start putting the barbecue grill together, got everything going.
Okay, and you say we were setting up. My answer, you can presume, is, does that include Mark?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is there ever a point in time that you can recall where Mark departs the location once everyone has arrived?
No, sir.
Okay. And how about Mr. Wright? What's he doing while everyone is setting up?
He's helping set up as well.
Okay. And you mentioned something about getting the barbecue going, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I guess what was going to be barbecued?
There was supposed to be hot dogs. I believe there was hamburger. I don't know. It was just a little simple barbecue, nothing spectacular.
Okay. And I guess at what point did Mark and Curtis get into the van to go pick that meat up?
The meat was picked up by Wayne's friend that has the pickup truck. Wayne
Okay.
actually rode with that guy to go get the meat and then showed up there. He was Wayne's friend from Alabama with the truck.
Matt Holloway?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So Wayne, Matt Holloway went to go get the meat together. Whenever we left Angela and Wayne's house, they went to go get the meat. They actually showed up later while we were setting up, but yeah.
When you say they, Wayne
And
Mr.
Matt Holloway.
Okay. So once Wayne arrives with the meat, you said that was kind of simultaneous with everyone else's arrival?
No, that was later than other people's arrival because it takes a good probably 25, 30 minutes to go to TK's store to actually go get the meat.
Okay. And
That's
Yes.
in Crystal City.
while Wayne and Matt are doing that, do you have eyes, or are you aware of where Mark is?
Mark's setting up chairs and other, I don't know, stuff for the wedding.
Okay. So can you recall a time prior to the commencement of wedding proceedings that Mark and Wayne left the location separately in a vehicle?
No, because we were crunched for time. So once we got finally the soccer moms to leave, that way we could set those tables up, it was time to start the wedding. Like, we were crunched for time. Because it's preserved only for that short period, apparently for the wedding, and then there's about to be more stuff taking place there at that park.
Okay. And I guess once Wayne is there and once Mark's there, are they ever off separately and alone for any period of time as you can recall?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, and what's the basis of that knowledge? Did you have eyes on Curtis 100% of the time, every minute of his wedding?
No.
Okay.
I'm not trying to keep track of everything that's going on. I'm setting up a wedding.
Okay. So
We're
yes,
setting up chairs. I don't know.
this venue.
Yes.
Are there any buildings or rooms where one could go to have a private conversation?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So the wedding happens, you attend, everyone leaves. When next do you hear or see of Mark Sievers?
I don't talk to Mark after the wedding, ever. Like, ever. We then later subsequently got arrested, and it's like I still don't talk to him. I don't know him.
But eventually he came back into your orbit through, I guess, how?
Well, through Wayne, because Angela Wright had asked me if I'd be willing to go with Wayne down to Florida to help Wayne drive to come down here, because Wayne was supposed to be doing some computer work as well as painting.
All right, so pause there and let me ask you about that. So between the wedding and when this trip, comes into play, how much time passes?
That's almost the entire month of May, almost the entire month of June, so around 60 days.
Okay. So about 60 days, 40 to 60 days pass, and you're contacted to ask if you can go to Florida. By whom and for what reason?
I was asked first by Wayne. Wayne called and asked me if I'd go with him. When he asked me if I'd go with him to Florida, I already knew what trip he's talking about. He's been telling everybody about it. He's been talking about it for weeks.
Okay. And how is he describing it to you, as you know it?
He just called me and was like, hey, he's like, Angie's over here. He's like, she's having his fit is what he called it, that he's going down to Florida. She was supposed to take time off work, and she couldn't get the time off work to help him drive. So he wanted to know if I would help him. I told him no.
Okay, well, you're a big guy. Why does he need help driving?
He's got a traumatic brain injury. So headlights at nighttime, the flashing of it, just like the strobe of flipping lights on inside of a house, causes him to have a seizure.
Okay. And Missouri to Florida, probably there'd be some night driving. That's a long drive.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you say no.
I told him no.
Why do you say no?
Because I had a baby shower that I was hosting that weekend at my house for one of the women I was seeing at the time.
Well, now wait a minute. I thought you and Taylor were in a committed relationship at this point, Jimmy.
No.
Can you explain that?
Taylor actually didn't move in with me until multiple weeks after the wedding. It's like she moved in with me while being homeless. Me and her were not dating. I actually had multiple women that were inside of my life at the time. I was normally sleeping with 3 to 4 different women steadily per week. One of the women that I was seeing at the time, whose baby shower I was supposed to have at my house, Wendy Kreider, Taylor was trying to befriend her and become friends of hers, just like Taylor's trying to, befriend other women I was seeing to try to run them out of my life. Me and Taylor didn't start dating until after Taylor became pregnant.
With your child?
Yes.
Okay. And not to rehash, your romantic endeavors, but I guess the point I want to make sure I understand is, regardless of what else you had going on, as you understand it, you were not in a committed monogamous relationship with Taylor.
I was sleeping with other women outside of our relationship. Taylor was sleeping with other women and men outside of our relationship.
Well, time out. So you are characterizing it as a relationship.
Well, she lives with me.
Okay.
So we have sex every day, but we are not dating. It's just like the woman that was living with me before her, Chelsea Weidman. I had a sexual relationship with her, which is Angela Wright's daughter, which would have been Wayne Wright's stepdaughter.
Okay.
Me and Chelsea Weidman weren't dating. She was my roommate. We still have sex. She still had a boyfriend. She had her ex-boyfriend she was still seeing, other people. Like,
Okay. So, very much an open mind when it comes to the nature of relationships. I understand.
yes.
So, this baby shower, does it keep you from going to Florida?
No. And
Why not?
because I got 4 days off for the weekend. So whenever Wayne asked me to go, I told him no. But then Angela Wright got on the phone, and Angela sounded really upset. And her daughter, Chelsea Weidman, the woman I was just speaking about that used to live with me, had just recently passed away. So with Angela already being upset and still emotional over the loss of her daughter, I told Angela I would help Wayne drive to Florida.
Okay. And I guess, did you hold these plans kind of close to the chest, kind of keep them under wraps?
Not at all. I told everybody around me that I was going to Florida with Wayne.
And your understanding of why Wayne needed to go to Florida was what?
He was supposed to have been doing some computer work for the Sievers, as well as we were supposed to do some painting at their house.
What do you know about the computer work that he did for the Sievers?
Well, since I've known Curtis Wainwright, he's been doing IT work, as he calls it, for the Sievers. He sets up, I guess, all their computers and everything that goes on with their network there for their business, as well as helping them with our home. Wayne comes down to Florida 4 or 5 times a year, every year since I've known him.
Oh, so since you've known him, so do you know that he went on these trips, or did he just tell you he went on these trips?
Well, while I was incarcerated, he was telling me about going on these trips, and once I made it out of prison in April of 2014, he continued to keep going down to Florida on these trips on the regular.
Okay,
He's normally gone 3 days to a week.
okay. So, I guess, what do you do to prepare to go on this trip?
Well, whenever I was asked Thursday night, Wayne actually wanted to leave Friday night, and I told him no because I was working Friday, so I agreed to go Saturday first thing in the morning.
Okay. Did you have to tell your employer that you were going to be out of town?
I did not have to. I told Jeff Conway, though, my shift coordinator, that I was going to Florida for the weekend
Okay.
during my 4 days off, because normally I work overtime. I like to try to put in those 60-hour weeks.
Okay. I guess, what, if you have the days off, why would he need to know that you're going to be out of town?
Because as a contractor, you just get called into work, as well as I work for the residential as well as the commercial side. So on the commercial side, I'm scheduled for 48-hour weeks, 4 days of 12-hour days, 4 days off. But a lot of times, I'll come in and go work the residential side, painting houses, putting on roofs, building porches, installing windows, putting in flooring, you name it, whatever we need done.
Okay.
Drywall, frame houses.
Anything else? Okay.
I could make a whole list.
No need. Okay, so I guess besides kind of letting people know, I'm going to be gone for a bit, do you have to bring anything with you? You know, anything to prepare?
Well, first off, it's like I told multiple people. I didn't just tell my boss.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
So, what do you have to bring with you to go on this trip?
I brought with me 2 painter's uniforms. I brought with me some booties, some rubber gloves, the blue 3M tape, that's the painter's tape, the good stuff. That way you get straight lines and it actually peels off correctly. I brought my paint roller that I use for my edger to go around corners such as baseboards.
If you hold on one second, actually, now, who else did you tell that you're going on this trip?
I told Taylor, because Taylor has to know. She lives with me. It's like, told Wendy Kreider, the woman I was seeing whose baby shower I was supposed to be hosting that weekend. It's like, I told her, her mom. I told Jordan, who I was working with that week, because when I got told this on Thursday night, I do believe I was at work. I might be mistaken, but I do believe I was at work. It's like this was last second for me, but I told him, I told my shift coordinator. Yeah, oh,
Okay, so, sorry to interrupt you. You were talking about the professional tools and other accessories you were bringing down to do the job that you were employed to take down in Florida.
yes. I try to bring in a bunch of specialty tools because Wayne's not a contractor like myself. So my experience is doing side work with him on the regular is that he doesn't, own any of this stuff. And I don't want paint all over my clothes, as well as without an edger. You have to try a hand brush and then it looks bad. You got all the brush marks. So I'm trying to bring all my specialty stuff that I know that he doesn't have. Even the 3M painter's tape, if you buy the cheap stuff at Dollar General, it doesn't peel right. The paint actually goes through the tape down to the adhesive and it doesn't want to peel.
Okay. And how about like maybe blue coveralls, something like that?
That's what I'm calling my painter's uniforms.
That's what you call your painter's uniforms.
I get these from the place I work at. We use them for a number of different jobs. So, for instance, I'll wear them whenever I'm inside of homes, sanding drywall, not to get dust all over my clothes. I wear them whenever I'm working on cars. I've worn them before whenever I'm working at Wholesome, the world's largest cement factory, whenever working around lime because it'll burn you.
So you bring the two of those painter uniforms with you. What does Curtis bring with him?
For the painting job,
Yes, sir.
he brought 2 paint cans. He brought some rollers, the big long sticks. He's got some plastic. That was in the trunk of the car whenever I put my stuff in the trunk of the car. Beyond that, I couldn't tell you because we never really unloaded our bags to spend the night.
Okay. And how about devices? Are you bringing computers with you, or bringing phones with you, anything like that?
I got my phone with me. Wayne's got a phone with him. We got the GPS that's inside the car. And Wayne's got his backpack that's a Swiss Army backpack that reads Wayne in red letters. And it's full of what I always call his computer nerd stuff because he does this IT as well as he installs security systems for people. That's one of his other cash jobs he does. So he has his to-go bag or whatever with all those computers, his laptop, a bunch of stuff in it.
Okay. And I guess, was it at that point that he told you that you were taking the trip to go kill somebody?
He never told me that we're going to Florida to kill anybody, ever.
Well, from there, I guess, how long is that car ride?
The car ride down here is about 19 hours.
Okay. And who's driving?
I drove during the nighttime. Wayne drove during the daytime.
Okay. And did you drive straight through?
Yes, sir.
You know, why didn't you stop anywhere for, I don't know, comfort's sake?
Well, we stop along the way as far as to get food, take pictures. Like, for instance, while we were coming down, there was a big flood for the Mississippi River. So we stopped. We took some pictures over by the Mississippi River Bridge sign. We took pictures along, I don't know, stuff that's along the route. I don't know, like a little mini vacation.
All right. So let's talk about your departure. I believe earlier you were indicating that you understood you were going to leave at a specific time. Talk about that.
So Wayne wanted to actually originally leave Friday night, and I told him I couldn't because I work Friday night. So I agreed to go first thing Saturday morning because I only got my 4 days off. So Saturday morning, when he didn't show up at 4 a.m. like he was supposed to have showed up, I eventually texted him and asked him when he's going to get there. Eventually, Wayne showed up at my house, I believe, 8 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And I guess, did he tell you, hey, I had something come up, sorry I'm late?
No, he's got a key to my house, so whenever it first pulls up, we hear the car door, we look outside of our window to see who pulled in our driveway. He used his own key, let himself inside, had breakfast with me and Taylor. I know, he looked high to me.
Why do you say that?
His eyes are bulging. He's got big black pupils. He's got his beard grown out. With him being bald, his hair's growing on the side. Normally, whenever he's on a drug bender, he lets his hygiene go bad, and that was the sign.
Okay. So it had nothing to do with him being bald that made you think he was high?
No,
Okay.
what I'm saying is bad hygiene, sweating really bad. Whenever you're in an air-conditioned room and you're just pouring in sweat, normally that's a sign that you're on methamphetamines or some kind of stimulant.
Okay.
Besides the bulging eyeballs and him grinding his teeth.
Okay. So you observed these things. Did he say anything like, "Oh boy, I was on a bender"?
No, not at that point in time. Later he did.
Okay. In what context did that come up?
While we're inside the car ride, he was telling me that he got Adderall from Robert Weidman, which is Wayne's brother-in-law, who also happens to be Mark Sievers' former stepson.
Oh, okay.
Yep, welcome to Missouri.
Well, did Wayne like have his own prescription for Adderall?
Yes, he did, but he likes to eat his, like Skittles, and then buy up as many people's Adderall as he can.
Okay. Well, I guess, despite all of that, did he appear to be thinking, based on your knowledge of him, did he appear to be thinking clearly, coherently, and calmly during this car ride down?
Objection. Foundation.
Sustained.
How long have you known Curtis Wainwright?
I've known him since 2010.
Okay, and in that time, have you personally observed him taking drugs?
Yes, sir.
And have you noticed the distinction between times when he isn't using and times when he is using?
Absolutely.
Now, with that, I guess you'd call it a foundation. Could you determine whether or not he appeared to be acting as you know him to act when he's not high?
Objection. Now, relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. How was he during your ride down to Florida?
He was very jittery,
Okay.
as well as he spoke about how that his marriage has gone to shit since Chelsea Weidman's passing away.
Objection. Non-responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. I guess, did Curtis ever talk with you about how his marriage was going?
Yes, sir.
Did Angie ever talk with you about how the marriage was
Objection.
going?
Relevance.
Might I respond?
Yes, sir.
So, this is going to play into what was going through Curtis's mind when subsequent events are characterized later. I believe his state of mind, as perceived by someone who's known him for a number of years, is relevant to understanding what happened subsequently.
Relevance. I don't understand what his relation. Well, I'm not going to tell them how to overcome the objection, but the defense hasn't established how this question is relevant to anything in this case. And it is hearsay.
Well, I don't even think he asked him what he said. Well, I guess he did.
So to the extent that there's a hearsay comment, this would be effect on the listener. It's not being offered because I know, or Jimmy knows for certain, that these things are true.
What is the relevance if it's in the car on the way down and the event isn't for hours later? Or almost a day later?
So this is going to be a couple hours later, under 18, and I believe his state of mind during the period of time where he is observed using drugs immediately preceding what is a violent murder is relevant to what happens in the course of that incident.
And this is during what part of the trip?
This is during the trip down to Florida.
Which is how long again?
Approximately 19 hours.
So at what point during the trip? Because I think if it's at 19 hours out, I don't think it's relevant. Sustained.
Okay. So, I guess, does Curtis talk about what you all are going to be doing down in Florida while you're driving down there?
Not really. Mostly what he spoke about for the most part was us going to the beach, he couldn't wait to see Mark. Otherwise, he spoke about, I don't know, how that Mark's kids call him uncle.
Okay. And what do you mean he was excited to see Mark? I thought he was going there to do IT work.
Well, if you want to...
Let's talk about, or just respond to the question I'm asking.
All right, the question.
What do you mean he's excited to see Mark?
He's excited. He's smiling whenever he speaks about Mark.
What is your understanding of Curtis's relationship to Mark?
My understanding from Curtis Wainwright is that Mark and him have a homosexual gay relationship together that they keep secretive from their wives.
Let me ask you this. From whom do you get that information?
Curtis Wainwright.
Do you ever get that information from Mark Sievers?
No, I do not.
Okay. How does Curtis characterize this relationship that he has with Mark? How, duration, things like that?
Wayne's told me about doing gay things with Mark Sievers since they were both teenagers.
Well, as far as you know, was Angie aware of this?
Angie actually asked.
Angie's relevance.
Sustained.
Fair enough. So, I guess, besides Curtis's word, do you have any reason to believe that this is true?
Yes.
What reason is that?
Angela Wright asked me at the wedding as we were setting up if I thought that her husband was gay, because during the threesome that she had the night.
Relevance.
Sustained.
So, I guess it's fair to say there are things besides Curtis that makes you suspect that there's something to that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is Curtis expressing, his belief that anything romantic is going to happen during this trip?
Yes, he was speaking about telling me that the reasons that he comes down here all the time is that this is Mark's way of hiding his gay relationship from his wife with Wayne. That's why he hires Wayne in Missouri to do IT work as well as working on his house regularly. That's why he comes to Florida 4 or 5 times a year. This is the whole reason he doesn't hire somebody locally. This is essentially a way to hide their gay relationship.
Okay. So, down to Florida, where are you going to stay?
Mark Sievers' house.
Okay. So, I guess no hotels or anything like that. Curtis tells you you're going to be able to stay there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does Curtis tell you that you should expect the family to be there?
I just naturally assumed that the family was going to be there. This is somewhere he comes 4 or 5 times a year.
Okay. And I guess, was it at that point that he asks whether you want to do it at the medical office or at the Sievers residence?
I'm confused by your question.
Is it at that point that he asks you whether you want to do the murder that is purportedly procured at the medical practice or the Sievers residence?
Wayne never told me that we're coming to Florida to commit a murder, ever at any point in time, ever.
Okay. So what time do you get in Florida?
We get to Florida, I don't know, early in the morning, 5, 6 a.m. I don't know, very early.
Can you recall whether or not the sun was up?
The sun was just coming up.
Okay. So you go straight to the Sievers residence?
Yes, sir.
And where do you park?
We park right in the driveway.
Okay, you don't park off the property somewhere down the street?
No, sir.
Okay, and this is in the morning that you park right in the driveway?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you find out whether or not anyone's home?
Yes, we unpacked the stuff out of the trunk, our bags. Essentially, if you were going to a hotel room, the same stuff that you would take to a hotel room, we grab our bags, our clothes that we packed to spend the night there at the Sievers. I got multiple, outfits that I brought with me, so did Wayne. We walk into the garage, he enters the code, we walk right into the garage, he closes it, we walk into the house.
Let me pause you there and back up. Garage is open or closed?
The garage was closed when we pulled up.
Okay, how does Curtis open the garage?
It's got a alarm pad, I guess, little pad over to the side. He enters.
Keypad?
Yep, little keypad. He enters the code into the keypad.
Do you know what the code is?
I do not.
Okay, proceed.
He walks over, hits the code, the garage door opens, we walk in, he closes it. We walk into the house from the garage. As soon as we walk into the house, the little pad next to the door makes a little beeping noise.
And is that, what is that, like a home security system?
I presumably so.
Okay.
Wayne enters in a code into the home security system. He starts calling the dogs by name, bends down, pets the dogs, calls them little pet names. After he gets done petting the dogs, he starts hollering for Mark. Wayne's all excited to hear from Mark. He's hollering Mark's name. No response is coming. Wayne tells me, hang tight there. No, I say hang tight. Stay in the kitchen. He's gonna go check on Mark as he walks through the kitchen towards the left side of the home, leaving me standing there in the hallway right as soon as you walk into the kitchen. He vanishes for a short period. He comes back. He tells me that nobody's home, that we gotta go, that we can't stay in the home, that nobody's there.
Oh, well, shoot. Do you know how that happened?
I discovered later that Curtis Wayne Wright apparently mixed up the times of whenever we're supposed to be coming down to Florida for this trip and whenever Mark had his own trip planned. Although Wayne's been telling everybody about this trip for at least a good month prior to us actually going on the trip.
Okay. Well, do you know how it came to be? Did he explain how he got the dates mixed up?
No, he never made that abundantly clear.
Okay.
He's got a
Is
TV
that
item
something that you've observed him to do before?
all the time.
Why all the time? Or what causes it to happen with such frequency?
His traumatic brain injury.
Okay. Understand you're not a doctor, right?
I am not.
Okay, and you don't have a traumatic brain injury yourself, do you?
No, sir.
Okay, so I guess to the extent that you are aware of how the TBI affected him, where did you come across that knowledge?
I see it all the time, just being in his presence.
Okay, so you observe these things personally. So go ahead, what are those things that you observe him doing?
Like, he'll put a burrito inside the microwave, open up the refrigerator, forget why he was in the refrigerator, close it, walk off, come back later, grab a burrito, go to put it in the microwave, and discover a cold one's already in there. Or I'll watch him go to make a sandwich, reach in to the refrigerator or grab something for the sandwich, forget what he's doing, and walk out of the kitchen and leave it there. That's just some basic stuff. Like,
Okay.
he always is forgetting stuff on the job site, forgetting tools, not bringing stuff, blowing me off whenever I tell him be there on Wednesday and he doesn't show up. Like, he just always is.
Okay, so he got his dates or his times mixed up as far as you know?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what do you do?
We went to the beach, have fun,
Okay.
went sightseeing.
Why didn't you just turn around and go back to Missouri?
Why would we? We were supposed to be down here as far as I knew.
Oh, that reminds me of something I wanted to ask you earlier. Were you paid for your trip down to Florida?
No, I was not. I was promised $100 to help Wayne paint,
Let me
As-
ask you about that.
as well as I was promised he was going to pay for the vacation.
Okay. Let me ask you about the $100. Did you need the money?
No, sir.
You were still working your other jobs at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you having any trouble paying bills?
No, sir.
Okay, I think you gave me a number earlier regarding a fair portion of your aggregate take-home pay left over once all your bills are paid.
Yep.
That's still the case?
Yep.
Okay. So you're paid $100 or told you'll get $100 to come help them. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Now back to what you were doing after you left the Sievers residence. Did he express any reason to believe that the Sievers would be back sometime soon?
Yeah, he said they would be back later that day.
Did he explain to you why he thought that?
No, he did not.
Did you ask?
I just, whenever they weren't there, I asked him, I was like, what's going on? That's when he explained that they were apparently on their trip, that he messed up the times. Whenever he said that they'd be back later that day, that we were just going to go to the beach, go out, essentially do what tourists do here in Florida, and come back later. I assumed that he had knowledge that I didn't have.
Okay. And it was his trip, so you were just kind of following his lead?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, besides the beach, what else did you do?
We went to Walmart to get more stuff for the beach because we discovered we were ill prepared. For instance, I didn't bring towels. I brought my swimming trunks. I brought like a thin shirt that dries quick. I brought my swimming shoes, but I didn't bring any towels. Wayne's sandals that he brought are holding water like a sponge. So after he gets out of the water, every step that he makes, it like squishes water out of the soles. So he had to get some water shoes. Just where do you put your phone when you go to the beach? You know, your watch, your other stuff, your car keys. So we didn't have any of this kind of stuff prepared for the beach.
Okay, I thought you were asking me, and as you can tell, I don't go to the beach. So. All right, so I guess you do you like take any pictures while you're there?
We took pictures all the way coming down to Florida and while in Florida.
Okay.
Together.
And while you're down in Florida, kind of killing time, do either you or Curtis contact anyone back from Missouri?
Yes, both of us.
Who would you contact?
Angela Wright actually called my phone to talk to Wayne.
Okay.
While we were in Florida.
Why'd she call your phone rather than Wayne?
I don't know. Like, she called my phone to talk to Wayne. I handed Wayne my phone. It's like, they talked. He told her, like, that we made it to Florida safely, that we'd be back Tuesday night, that Mark apparently wasn't home, you know, that we'd be back Tuesday night.
Okay. That brings up another point that I'll ask you about it right now. The trip's duration, you understand it to be leave early Saturday, return Tuesday.
I had to be back to work Wednesday morning.
Okay.
Wayne actually wanted a longer trip. That means that I actually supposed to clock in at 4 a.m. on Wednesday. So I'm supposed to make it home sometime close to around midnight on Tuesday. So that was the game plan.
Okay. So I guess, when do you, if ever, return to the Sievers residence?
We returned there around 10:30 at night.
Okay, so it's getting kind of later into the evening. What else are you doing to eat up this time?
We went down to the pier, bought a bunch of souvenirs at all the gift shops there, but quickly discovered one gift shop's identical to the next. It just sells the same stuff, different store. So took some pictures down there with the parrot. I don't know, thought that was actually kind of cool. Bought a Taylor Showmaker some gifts. Wayne bought a shark tooth necklace for his daughter Lizzie, because he's got a 9 or 10-year-old daughter at the time. I bought a scorpion under glass for his brother Jerry. He bought an alligator's head. I don't know, we both were picking up a bunch of seashells to bring back. He's bringing them back for Angela, I was bringing them back for Taylor. I bought Taylor a Fort Myers Beach t-shirt. I bought a couple shot glasses it's a him and her set that's blue and pink.
Let me, time out. So you bought a shirt that said Fort Myers on it?
Yes.
So you bought an article of clothing that provided proof positive that you were in Florida during this weekend. Why would you bring that, or why would you obtain that evidence, Jimmy?
Because we're not in Florida to commit a crime. We're
Okay.
supposed to be going to Mark's house to work and spend the night.
Okay.
This is why I'm also telling Taylor Showmaker that I'm in Florida. There's numerous people that I told I was in Florida. I talked to my shift coordinator while I'm in Florida. I told him I'd be home Tuesday night, late Tuesday night, because he actually tried calling me into work. So just hours before the murder, I told him I wouldn't be back till late Tuesday night, before then showing up a day and a half early.
Okay. So, 10:30 rolls along, you head back to the Sievers residence. Yes?
Yes, sir.
So this time, you must park a couple blocks away and then proceed to the home on foot.
No, sir.
Where do you park?
Driveway.
Okay. So you park in the driveway, I guess, where the Sievers home?
They was not.
Okay. Did Curtis, how did he respond to that?
Whenever we ran out of just things to do, we actually first stopped by the beach that we were at earlier that morning. We were trying to shower before going over to the Sievers. The beach shower was locked, so we left from the beach to go to the Sievers. We just parked in the driveway, knowing that nobody was home. Like, all the lights are off inside the home, and we were just waiting for them to show up.
Okay.
Grant us entry into the house.
And is Curtis expressing any concern that the Sievers aren't there yet?
No.
Okay, I guess, does he seem confident that they'll arrive?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I know you said you're waiting there. Are you doing anything, calling anyone, reading anything?
I talked to Taylor off and on the whole time I was in Florida. I can't tell you if that was during one of those times or not.
Okay.
I know that I got out of the car to smoke at some point.
Okay. And when you're out of the car, are you hanging around kind of the side of the house where are you?
Right beside the car, right in the driveway. Everybody can see me, like,
Okay.
nothing secretive.
So, I guess is there ever a point in time where someone of the Sievers family does arrive?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
While we were sitting inside the driveway, a van pulls up, lights shine on the side of our car, garage door opens, van pulls into the house, garage door remains open.
Let me pause right there and ask you about that. I thought that you were parked in the driveway.
Yes, there's two sides on the driveway, so you have two different garage doors. We are parked on the one to the far right. In front of that garage door, I now know today, as well as after we entered the home, that there was a station wagon on that side of the garage.
Okay, so you're parked on one side of the driveway. I guess there's sufficient room for a van to pull in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, proceed from there. What happens?
The van pulls into the garage. The garage door remains open. We pop the trunk, we grab our stuff again, the stuff that we brought in originally that morning that we were bringing in to spend the night. We get our stuff. As we're walking towards the home, Teresa walks around the van. She's now standing by the back of the taillights of the van.
If I can pause you there.
Yep.
Had you ever met Miss Sievers before? Mrs.
Never.
Sievers before, excuse me.
Never.
Okay, so this is your first time encountering Mrs. Sievers?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please proceed.
And her immediate reaction to seeing Wayne and me walking up her driveway is she asked Wayne, "What are you doing here?" Like, she's immediately got an attitude. She's got a problem with him being there. Wayne starts telling her that he messed up the times of whenever I guess we were supposed to show up. And she immediately starts yelling at him. We walked into the garage. She closed the garage door behind us.
Okay, and let me pause you there just to make sure I understand. Both you and Curtis at that point proceed through the garage door, which has been opened.
Yep.
Along with Mrs. Sievers. So all three of you, I guess at this point, are in the garage.
Yes, sir.
Okay, please proceed.
After she closed the garage door, her and Wayne's dialogue continue. Heated argument while she unloads the stuff from the side of the van. Wayne's now standing at the front of the van. I'm standing on, I guess, the side of the van closer to where the passenger side door would be.
So the passenger side?
Passenger side, because the van's pulled into the garage nose first.
Okay.
Bumper first. So I'm standing on the side of the van where the passenger door would be. She's on the driver's side with that door open over there, grabbing her stuff out of the van.
Let me ask you about that. You say that door open, so is that the driver door which is open? Is it the I guess, side sliding door? Which door's open and having stuff
She
in
had
front
the
of it?
driver's door open, grabbing some stuff out of it whenever we walked over towards the front of the van, and she has her stuff in front of the van at that point, arguing with Wainwright.
Okay. And I guess, is there enough room in the garage for it to open up within the garage and not, strike the side of the garage?
The driver's door?
Yes.
Yes, that's how she got in and out of the van.
Okay. All right, so she's unpacking while having this conversation with Curtis. What are you doing?
I'm just standing there kind of wondering what the heck's going on because I was expecting a normal, reunion. Whenever I show up to people's house to work on the regular, like normal, because this is, to me, you might have a job where you work in a courtroom. My job isn't working in people's houses. I'm used to people being more receptive of us whenever we show up.
You're there to do something.
Yes.
Okay. But that's inconsistent with what you're observing between Mrs. Sievers and Curtis?
Yes.
Okay. I guess, did she have any reason to believe that Curtis and you would be there waiting for her upon her arrival?
Objection, witness lacks personal knowledge of what Dr. Sievers would know.
Sustained. Did you hear anything during the course of their exchange that led you to believe that this was an expected encounter between the two of them?
She said that when I shouldn't say the word we, he was expected to show up next weekend, not the weekend that we were there. That he, Curtis Wainwright, was expected to show up next weekend.
Okay. So, how's Wayne taking all of this as you can observe? What's his demeanor?
Wayne, who's already been in a bad mood throughout the entire day and is already high and angry, he's frustrated. He's not taking this very well. You could see that he's trying to essentially bite back his temper as she continuously.
Let me ask you, have you ever seen Wayne lose his temper before?
Yes, actually quite frequently.
Okay, so you're not kind of guessing, are you like recognizing, ways that he's acting or his demeanor?
Absolutely. With working with Wayne, seeing him throw a bandsaw, or a circular saw, I should say, across the room, actually through the drywall, and I don't know, other temper tantrums on the job site, yelling at people, I know his mannerisms.
Okay, so proceed from there regarding the exchange between Mrs. Sievers and Wainwright.
So she's yelling at him, telling him he's an idiot, and she's yelling at him, telling him he does a terrible job on their IT work, that he has to come here to Florida constantly to work on their computers, that it's always broken, that she's tired of paying him to do this, told him that he's fired, that she's going to hire somebody different, somebody local. So she's got her finger in his face, she's screaming at him, and it was during this exchange that, while Curtis keeps saying that it's his TBI and trying to take no responsibility essentially for being there late, he picked up a hammer that was in arm's reach and struck her with it.
Did you see where the hammer was?
It was sitting on the deep freeze.
Let me ask you something. When you're painting, how do you use a hammer when you're painting?
You don't.
Did you bring a hammer with you?
No, sir.
Okay. Is a hammer like a tool that you use frequently in your job?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you didn't have one with you that night?
No, sir.
Okay. Curtis grabs the hammer. What happens then?
He strikes her with it.
Where is she standing when so struck?
They are face to face in a full-on yelling and screaming match. Or I should say more like she's yelling at him, like he's trying to keep his cool.
But where are they?
Directly in front of the minivan.
Okay,
So they're
still in the
standing.
garage.
She's standing, yes, she's standing right beside the deep freezer. He's standing right beside the deep freezer, right there at the corner of the deep freezer, right where the door is that enters into the Sievers home.
Okay. He strikes her. What happens?
She takes off running down the hallway into the kitchen.
Does she, before she does so, or I guess let me ask this first. Where are you standing?
I'm still standing with my backpack over my shoulder, there by the passenger door of the van, waiting for Curtis to walk in, because there's only a little bit of room between the front of the van to make it between the deep freeze and the van itself to actually walk into the house.
I forgot to ask you something else. I'm going to back up for a second, okay? While you are in Florida with Curtis, is there ever a point in time which you drive by the Sievers medical practice?
No, sir.
Have you ever been to the Sievers
No.
medical practice? Okay. Thank you. Returning to where we were. Once stricken, does Teresa do anything in response to Curtis?
She takes off running towards the kitchen down through that hallway. Wayne goes chasing after her. I drop my bag there inside of the garage. I go chasing after Wayne, telling him, stop, stop, as we're running off into the kitchen together.
Okay. Is there ever a period of time from when the two of them are having their exchange, prior to the strike, that you have an obstructed line of sight of them? Do you have let me ask the better question. Do you have a clear line of sight on them the whole time they're having their exchange?
I'm seeing them from a view from the passenger side door, essentially of the van,
Okay.
and them standing at the front of the van. So I got an angle at view of being able to see both people while yelling at each other.
Okay, nothing in your way blocking your view?
No, sir.
Okay. You follow the two in, what do you see?
Whenever I make it into the kitchen, Teresa's got her back towards the counter. She's fighting, like trying to fight off Curtis. She's got her arms up. Curtis grabs her by her hair. He swings with his body weight in a circle and swings her to the ground with her landing towards where the dishwasher, I guess it is, the little island in the kitchen.
Let me pause you there to make sure that I understand that. Does he have a hammer in his hand at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if he's left or right-handed?
He's right-handed.
Okay. So is he grabbing her by the hair with his left hand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to run through what you describe as using his body to throw, because I don't know if I'm understanding you correctly.
Well, I'm in body chains right now, but
Okay.
he grabs her by the hair
With one hand.
with one hand. I can't demonstrate it. It's like he's leaning forward, holding her by the hair. Now it's pulling her head forward. And then kind of like how that you would do a throw for that real heavy ball whenever the people that run track, whatever that's called, where you spin in a circle. Like he grabs her by the hair and he spins with his body weight to yank her to the ground. Yes, shot put. He grabs her by the hair and spins with his body weight to yank her to the ground.
Okay. So she doesn't fall to the ground, he throws her.
Yes, he grabs her by the hair while her back's against the counter and swings her in a half circle and swings her back into the counter that she was already leaning back up against.
Okay. And I guess proceed from there, please.
She starts trying to go for her phone. There's a bunch of stuff on the ground.
Let me ask you, thank you for saying that. Does she have anything in her hands at this point?
Honestly, everything happened so quick, I couldn't tell you what was going on. I just know that there was a bunch of stuff on the ground after he swung her to the ground.
Okay. Once she's swung to the ground, what does he do?
He starts kicking at her phone and other things that are on the ground. He puts his hand on her back and starts striking her in the back of the head with a hammer over and over and over and over again.
What are you doing?
At this point in time, I had already been screaming, stop, stop, stop. But by the time this fight, this little small quick engagement happened, she was already pretty well dead.
You say this small, quick engagement. What are you describing that way?
I'm saying that in real life, kind of like if you watch a boxing match, you can't go and tell me what every swing or punch was whenever you're trying to recall it. This all happened very quickly. He hit her, she ran down the hallway, he chased after her, he instantly swung her to the ground, kicked the stuff, put his hand on her back and started hitting her in the head with a hammer. This was all really quick.
Okay.
This was, I would guess, say under 30 seconds.
Okay. And where are you standing?
At this point in time, I'm standing inside the kitchen, right as where the hallway leads into the kitchen, right beside, I guess, the refrigerator, where you first walk in.
Okay. And what are you wearing?
I am wearing my swimming trunks, a white t-shirt that I've been wearing all day. It's thin white t-shirt. I got on my work boots. I took off my water shoes whenever we left the beach.
Why'd you do that?
Because they're filled with sand and they're wet. Like, I don't normally wear water shoes outside the water.
Okay. What's Curtis wearing?
He's still got on his water shoes, he's still got on his swimming trunks, and he's still got on the shirt that he was wearing at the beach.
Was there ever a point in time at which either you or he donned the coveralls?
No, sir.
Was there ever a point in time at which you or he put on gloves?
No, sir.
Okay. What does Curtis do once he's, I guess, was there a point in time where he stopped delivering these blows?
After her body went limp, she quit holding herself up with her own two arms while he had his hand on her back after she collapsed to the ground. He continued to strike her in the head a couple more times after that. Then he stopped. He raised his hammer and pointed at me in a threatening manner.
What do you mean a threatening manner?
Well, I'm standing still there beside the refrigerator in the front of it, essentially blocking the hallway area that would walk back into the garage. So after he gets done hitting her, he looks up, his eyes filled with tears, where he's just so angry that he's crying. And as he looks up at me, and then he points the hammer at me, like kind of like if you were holding a microphone out in front of somebody's face. He points the hammer directly towards my face. I put my arms up.
Does he say anything to you?
No, he doesn't say a word to me. After I put my arms up, I was like, I didn't see shit. Those were my exact words. He then brushes past me and walks down the hallway into the garage.
Okay. And I guess do you go and check on Mrs. Sievers?
No, as I started to go walk behind him towards the garage, he made the comment, he goes, we got to make this look like a break-in or a burglary gone wrong. As he grabs her luggage that was there, that she had just unloaded from the van, and he just starts dumping stuff out everywhere all over the ground.
Okay. And
by the way, backtrack, he still's got his hammer with him. He set that off on the freezer whenever he went to go rifling through her belongings.
well, I was going to get there, but thank you. So how is Curtis's appearance after this? Does he have any blood on him? Is he clean?
He's got a lot of blood on him.
Okay. Do you have any blood on you?
No, sir.
Okay. So once Curtis pushes past you, did you see where he went?
Yes, I followed behind him. He walked directly into the garage. As soon as that you step out of the door at this point by the deep freezer, Teresa's stuff's essentially in your way. It's all still standing there right by the front, well, right by the door of the house.
Oh, and so that's why he picked it up, is impeding him.
I couldn't tell you. I just, as I'm walking behind him, he sets his hammer down and says, got to make this look like a burglary gone wrong.
Okay.
Like as if it's an afterthought. And
So
he
what
just
do you
starts
do?
dumping stuff. With where Wayne's at, he's actually blocking my view where I can't walk past him. I can't walk between the van and the freezer with him being where he's at. So I walk between the van and the wall towards where the garage door opener is to go press the button. But once I got over there, I was thinking to myself, like, we got fingerprints in this house from being here earlier in the day. So I used my shirt to wipe my fingerprints off of the garage door button. I walk behind the van over to the motorcycle where we had stopped to look at it, exiting the home early in the morning, and wipe my fingerprints from the handlebars of the motorcycle, at which point I discovered I was alone in the garage.
Okay. Let me ask you about that sequence. Have you ever had to do something like that before? Because it seemed like pretty quick thinking to have to rub down knobs and other things.
No, sir, but having fingerprints, I've watched enough CSI shows and just common basic sense to know got fingerprints.
Okay. So, I guess at this point you realize you're alone in the garage. What do you do?
Wonder where Wayne is, so whenever I don't see him in the garage no more, I walk back towards into the home. I walk through that hallway again. As I walk into the home, I observe Curtis Wainwright leaned over Teresa Sievers' dead body, calling her names, calling her a bitch, and continuing to hit her in the head with a hammer. At which point in time, as soon as I walked in and seen this, I told Wayne my exact words, fuck this, I'm out of here.
Okay. Well, let me ask you about that. Did you have a means of leaving the scene, leaving Florida on your own?
No, sir.
Okay. So, I guess, what's Wayne's response to that?
Wayne stops what he's doing. He walks towards me. He takes his t-shirt, wipes his fingerprints off the handle of the hammer that he was using, and just drops it there in the kitchen. Tells me wait up for him, which I don't. I just keep walking as he stops to wash his arms and blood off inside the sink that's in that hallway heading towards the garage.
That was my question. Where is that sink located? Okay. And so did you watch him wash off?
I was there present enough for him to turn on the water and start splashing the water on his arms where he had blood up and down his arms, at which point I just walked out of the garage and I was done to leave. I didn't want to open the front garage door. It makes a lot of noise. People would see me. So I went out through the side door with my backpack. Right after that, Wayne comes out. Whenever Wayne comes out, he's got a pry bar in his hand. He closes the door. which I was still over here taking my time. The reason why it's taking me so long is I'm trying to wipe my fingerprints off the door as I'm touching it and things as I'm going along. Wayne closes the door, puts a couple pry marks on it. After it's already unlocked and we're already outside the home, he puts a couple pry marks on it, walks back inside the garage to return, put away that pry tool that he found in the garage.
Did you see where he got it from the garage?
No clue.
Okay.
Once he comes back outside the home, he himself closes the door, wipes his fingerprints off the door handle after he closes it, and then he strips his clothes off, puts them inside of his backpack, and puts on another clean pair of clothes that he had brought with him for trip and stay there at the Sievers.
Okay. So, what do? You gotta get in the car with this guy?
I have to. I don't have any other mode of transportation to get back to Missouri.
You didn't call the cops?
No, sir.
Why didn't you call the cops?
At the time, I'm just scared. I'm in the moment. My PTSD is going. I just want to get out of the house.
Okay. And I guess, had Curtis made any threats towards you at that point?
Not yet at that point.
Okay. So, what do you do then?
We then go to the car. Once we go to the car, we put our stuff back inside the trunk, the stuff that we were planning, I don't know, to keep there at the Sievers to spend the night. We put our stuff away, we leave from there, and we go directly back to Missouri.
Okay. Let's talk about that car ride back. I guess, does Wayne do anything that causes within you concern for your own safety?
Yes.
What's that?
Well, he's very up, down, all around.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, like, earlier inside of the evening while we were there walking around the beach, we had been drinking.
Mm-hmm.
Wayne hasn't slept this entire 19-hour drive down here. The whole time we're down here, he's snorting Adderall, he's high, and now he's going from super angry to super happy. So first thing he tells me is he's crying and he's telling me that he never meant to kill her, that I got to understand it was an accident, he just freaked out, it's his TBI. 2 seconds later, he's laughing and giggling and telling me it was a fun game of whack-a-mole. And then he's threatening to kill me and threatening to kill Taylor if I go to the cops or tell anybody.
During this car ride, I don't know, do you do anything that, is like a precaution for your own safety?
Yes, I continuously make numerous phone calls as well as text to Taylor throughout the trip heading back to Missouri.
Why do you do that?
That way you can ping my phone, the travel from Florida back to Missouri.
Well, that sounds pretty technical, Jimmy. How familiar are you with telecommunications?
I'm not, but this is, back then it was 2015 even. It's like, we've had movies since the 90s that shows you how that they can track your phone.
I'm not talking about movies in the 90s. Do you know how that stuff works?
No, I just know enough common sense that my phone's being tracked.
Okay. So, what utility does pinging cell phone towers serve you? Do you believe it serves you?
Because I'm worried that Wayne's gonna kill me on the car ride back, make me vanish. It's like I'm concerned for my own safety at this point in time.
Okay.
So
I guess, help me square that concern versus your rationale for pinging cell phone towers.
because if he kills me, at least they'll know at some point in time why my phone just quit corresponding, essentially pinging off the tower. Somebody will know essentially what happened to me. As well as by me talking to Taylor constantly, I'm also nervous. My PTSD is going through the roof.
And how does that present, your PTSD going through the roof?
Because
no, I mean,
if you've ever had a
what does
panic,
it look like?
Racing thoughts, shaking hands, I don't know, almost like a panic attack.
Okay. Okay. So,
clammy palms, like I can name off anxiety.
I thought you were just describing me. Okay. So, how long is the car ride back?
16, 17 hours, I don't know.
Okay. Do you make the same amount of stops going back as you did coming to?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We didn't take any pictures going back. On the way coming down, we took a bunch of pictures with sightseeing. On the way back, we're not. We're not pulling over to take pictures. We're not photographing. We're not having a good time. This isn't a relaxed moment.
Can you make it to Florida and Missouri on a single tank of gas?
No.
So you had to gas up?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how much gas was around that time?
175, 179. No, yeah. 178, 179 for regular.
Okay. So, as you're corresponding with Taylor on the ride home, are you telling her anything about what happened?
No.
Why?
Well, Wayne's threatening me if I was to tell Taylor, as well as that I'm scared to, I don't know, message her and tell her anything. It's like, get her involved in this. I freaked out at this point. And Taylor's telling me that she's got something serious that she needs to tell me when I get home, so I'm worried about what's going on whenever they're back in Missouri. Like, she's got me also worried about what's going on there because how that she's sounding, and she sounds all frantic when I'm speaking with her.
Okay. So, where does this car ride end? Does Wayne take you to his place, or?
No, we go to my house in Cadet, Missouri. Whenever we go to get close, Taylor wanted me to contact her, that way she can meet me at the home, because she said there's something that she has to tell me whenever I arrive.
Okay. And Wayne drops you off there. Does he give you any parting thoughts?
Wayne came inside. He came inside the home with me and Taylor.
Did you invite him inside?
He just kind of helped himself inside. As I was getting out of the car, he was like, "Let me help you with that." And he grabs my cooler, because I got my cooler that I had originally full of water bottles and sandwiches that Taylor had packed for our trip. It's like for the beach, that's later what we put our alcohol in.
Okay.
As we come inside the home, Taylor actually asked Wayne, she said, "How's your twin doing?" And Wayne told her this fabricated false story about how that we took turns riding Mark's motorcycle up and down the coastline and how that we had this great time.
So, I don't know, is anyone curious about what you're doing home on, what would that be, late Saturday night, early Sunday?
That would have been a day and a half, I think it is, early,
Okay.
by my recollection.
Is anyone curious about that?
Yes, Wayne just told her, his wording was they got his computer nerd stuff done early, so we made it back sooner than expected.
Okay. And you talked about it a little bit earlier, but how do you feel? What's going through your head?
I'm freaked out. I'm worried for my own safety because what Wayne's telling me, Wayne's also telling me he's killed other people during this car ride. He's telling me about other murders he's been involved in.
How about his demeanor after the car ride? How is he acting? How is he presenting to you?
He's acting joyful and happy like nothing ever happened.
Okay. Does Wayne ever depart your residence and leave you alone at that point?
Yes, after he tells Taylor this false story about us taking turns riding Mark's motorcycle, he whispers in my ear that now I'd be accessory after the fact if I go to the cops. And then he kind of chuckles and gives me this big smile and wave and, thanks Taylor and leaves. He's in a good, happy, cheerful mood.
Well, from a frying pan to a fire, what does Taylor say to you?
Taylor informed me whenever I made it home that she was pregnant.
Did you know anything about her being pregnant prior to departing for Florida?
No, sir.
Okay. And is it anything else to add to that? Did she have anything else to tell you?
After she told me that she was pregnant, I asked her if she wanted to keep it because I was up for the abortion. She said that she wanted to keep it, so we decided that we would try to make things work between us.
Okay.
We, at that point in time, said that we'd essentially start trying to date one another, try to make this work for the kids' sake.
Okay.
So until after this murder, I was not dating Taylor Showmaker.
Okay. At that point, do you tell Taylor what happened?
No, I did not.
At that point, you called law enforcement?
No, sir.
Let's start with Taylor. Why didn't you tell Taylor?
Because Taylor, first off, can't keep a secret. If I was to try to confide in Taylor, who knows who she would try to tell it to? And
Well, what's the problem with that, right? Like, what's the problem with Taylor going to law enforcement?
well, at this point in time, I'm concerned for my safety, her safety, as well as I'm worried about being charged for accessory after the fact for just being with Wayne in Florida.
Okay. While we're talking about charges and travel, is there any reason why it was not a great idea for you to go to Florida in the context of legal exposure?
Yes, it's true that I was on federal probation at the time that I was down here in Florida.
One of the conditions of which was?
I'm not supposed to leave my home state of Missouri.
Oh, it seems like a pretty big risk to take for $100. Why'd you do it?
Because it's not actually a big risk, because that's just a technical violation, kind of like me drinking is a technical violation. And I'm drinking, I got alcohol in my home that my federal probation officer is aware of, as well as that the federal agents that I see in the bar have to report to my probation officer that they've seen me in the bar. I can name off a bunch of them. This isn't something that they violate you for.
Okay. Another thing I'd like to ask you about. Curtis, you describe him doing some drugs. You spend a lot of time with Curtis. Do you do any drugs with Curtis?
No, I'm actually supposed to be his sponsor. Like, he normally comes to me and confides in me that he's going through some troubles. He goes ups and downs, where he essentially stays off meth for a while, then comes back to it. But it's a pretty consistent thing. I would say about once a month that he seems to relapse. He never takes his sobriety truly serious. It's more that his wife wants him to be sober.
Okay. Has he told you, or do you have any, firsthand knowledge of, any mental health reason besides TBIs that he might have, some erratic behaviors?
Other than seeing him, I don't know, yell and snap on people, normally whenever he's high on meth, like whenever we're on a job site.
Well, you'd mentioned that he really only does side jobs for cash.
Yep.
Is there a reason why he doesn't work?
Yes, because of his mental problems that he has. The diagnosis, I'm trying to.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. So, you don't tell Taylor about the issue. Why don't you call the police about Curtis once you're back in Missouri?
Because of the numerous threats that he's made against my life, I take them very creditable after just witnessing him murder somebody with a hammer. As well as that I know from, being around Curtis, of all the other people that he's connected with, that even if he was incarcerated, I'd have reason to fear from other people that he knows.
Okay. Well, luckily you had a cell phone with you. You took a bunch of pictures. Where's that cell phone now?
It is destroyed.
Oh. Why? Or I guess, when was it destroyed and why was it destroyed?
It was destroyed after meeting Wayne at a bar.
Okay.
And after we met Wayne at a bar, Taylor Showmaker essentially tried extorting Wayne with this phone, telling Wayne, because whenever we met Wayne, in chronological order to make this make sense, the detectives came to our home July 18th. After the detectives came, we had to notify Wayne that the detectives had come.
Why'd you have to notify Wayne?
Because July 13th, Wayne, after he got released from jail, he told me that the detectives would probably be to my house next, that he's got an airtight alibi, at which time I told Taylor Showmaker that Curtis Wainwright had murdered Teresa Sievers while we were in Florida.
Okay.
And he told us not to go, obviously, to law enforcement. I told her about the threats that he had made.
Okay. Yes, I'm still missing why the phone was destroyed.
Okay, so after the detectives came, we notified Wayne. We met at a bar. Taylor's telling Wayne, as he gives us his false alibis, that she has pictures of Wayne in Florida sightseeing and taking pictures. She tries extorting Wayne with these photographs, telling him that the detectives had told her that he's being paid life insurance money by Mark Sievers, and there's more than $1 million worth of life insurance. The detectives are offering her $55,000 to make a statement in this case. She wants to know how much that he's willing to pay her not to. At which time that Curtis Wainwright instructs us to destroy this phone, get rid of it, and get rid of anything else that would tie us to Florida or connect him to Florida at the time of the murder.
Well, it would connect him. It wouldn't necessarily implicate you, so why would you destroy that phone?
I've been wanting to destroy the phone since right after that Wayne called July 13th and told us to get rid of stuff. Taylor didn't want me to destroy it because it has pictures of her kids on it.
Okay.
I want to destroy it because Wayne's claiming he's got an airtight alibi that puts him in Missouri. He's working on Chris Taylor's truck. And I want to destroy anything that shows that I went to Florida or ever was with him, any of this.
Okay. Well, how about everything else that came with you down to Florida? I think there was those coveralls. What happened to those coveralls?
Taylor threw those out of the vehicle leaving her mom's house. And
Why in the world would she do that?
she knew I took them to Florida. I have no idea. She grabbed it off the floorboard of my car and threw it out. I still got 2 more pair that are inside the trunk of my car and a pair at home.
The pair that was tossed by Taylor, was that the pair that came with you down to Florida?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think we've gotten this
The other
far.
ones are fireproof.
I think we've gotten this far without discussing what Curtis did with his bloody clothes. Did you see what Curtis did with his bloody clothes?
Yes, after he put them inside the backpack, later whenever we was driving back to Missouri, while we was stopped, he threw them away inside of a trash can.
Where was the trash can?
It was at a roadside park. He threw away the entire backpack.
Okay. Can you recall where in the world this park was?
No, sir. We're just following the GPS, and it's in the early hours of the day.
Okay. I'm glad you brought the GPS up again. Whose was that?
That is Curtis Wainwright's.
Okay. And was your phone ever plugged into it?
He hooked my phone to it
Why did he do that?
because apparently that he could download some app that he has on his phone, but he didn't have his phone with him. So he used my phone to download this app that gives you updates for traffic as well as for the flooding.
And this just might be an issue with my own recollection. It's getting a little late, but I thought you said Curtis had a phone with him.
He did. He had a flip phone that was with him. It's what he calls his work phone.
Well, golly, Jimmy, how many phones does Curtis Wainwright have?
He normally has 2 and maintains 2 phones since I've met him.
Since you've met him, and
I
that's
say
going back
met
to
him.
20.
Well, I say since 2014, he's maintained 2 phones.
Okay. Does he mentioned work? Do you know that to be the reason why he maintains another phone?
The other reason I know is that he uses it to hide homosexual activities away from his wife. It was his girlfriend, later became his wife.
Okay. Nothing wrong with that. Why is he being so secretive about it?
Because his girlfriend wouldn't approve.
Relevance, personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Okay. So, this other phone he uses for spicier communications. Do you know, would he ever use it for work?
I have no knowledge other than what he says.
I guess let me back up. What work did he do that he would use the phone for?
He said that he would always, try to talk himself up, telling everybody how that he's this big IT guy, that he takes these lavish vacations down to Florida, that nobody can do his job, that he needs the phones for HIPAA reasons. And, he always tries talking himself up to be more than what he really is.
Okay. So
everybody knows he has this other phone. He brags about himself and it and other things.
Okay. Hold on one moment. Mr. Rogers, I don't know if you've caught it. I have said at various times, Curtis, Wayne, Mr. Wainwright. Who are all of these disparate people?
It's all the same person, Curtis Wainwright. We normally call him Wayne, which is his middle name, but that is what he goes by, is Wayne, because his dad has the same name as him.
Okay. I think that'll do it for now. Thank you.
State.
So can we take a quick comfort break?
We're running out of time.
How long do you think your cross is gonna be?
I think I can be done in less than an hour.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
May we go on, may we all speak on sidebar for just a minute?
You guys speak sidebar?
I'm hungry.
Is he hiding them from rake straw?
Well, I think if you guys eat them all, then he won't be able to get me. Apparently, I finally found this nest that everyone really likes.
The schedule for next year.
Oh, the
That's what I
schedule.
have, the schedule for next year.
Oh, I
Hey, but we're still talking about the 5 weeks. Why would they put the 6 week out now already? This is no.
Yes, sir.
No, you're still gonna go to that meeting and you're gonna lobby for the 5 weeks again.
Oh, I'm do my Don Quixote, like I always do. Tilt some windmills and have everyone. I'm not the only one, but State representatives here, all three defense counsel, Mr. Sievers, is your headphones working? Are your headphones working?
I believe so, sir.
Excellent. And we have Mr. Rogers on the stand. State's ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, state.
Good afternoon, Jimmy Rogers.
Good afternoon.
You told the court when we started that you know Hamid Hunter better than you know Mark Sievers, right?
Yes, sir.
You and I have never been to a wedding together.
We've attended numerous court hearings together.
That's not what I asked you.
No, sir.
You and I have never been to a wedding together.
No, sir.
You and I don't have any friends in common, right?
Other than my previous attorneys,
You and I don't have any friends in common, do we?
we do, my attorneys.
You and I don't have any friends in common, do we?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
It's not, actually, it's not answered.
I say that we do have friends in common, and those friends are my former attorneys.
You and I don't visit each other's homes.
No, sir.
You've never contracted to do painting at my home.
No, sir.
Mr. Rogers, a lot of this regarding your testimony today started back on 12/19/2020, isn't that correct?
I don't know what you mean. I've been saying the same story to my attorney since 2016.
Actually, it's not the same, is it?
It is the same.
Back in 12/19/2020, you dispatched a letter to Bonnie Sievers. Do you remember that letter?
Yes, sir.
And in that letter, you wrote a whole bunch of stuff about the case, right?
Stuff referring to the discovery.
Yes?
To the discovery, yes.
And in fact, in that letter, you wrote, fact, Wayne told Robert Wyben late Friday night, and Wayne told Angela Wright and Taylor Shoemaker Saturday morning, where he was going as he was leaving, right?
It's in discovery. You're asking me about stuff I don't have
No,
direct
this
knowledge
letter's not in
to.
discovery, sir. This is your letter.
Yes, where I'm referencing things that are in discovery. I actually could cite some of those page numbers.
Okay. You wrote, Wayne, while in Florida, took pictures, sightseeing, bought souvenirs, collected seashells for people back in Missouri. Wayne did nothing to hide that he was in Florida. You wrote that too, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You wrote, Wayne did not show back up to Mark and Teresa's house until someone was home to give him permission to stay there. You wrote that, didn't you?
If that is in the letter, then yes.
In the letter, you didn't mention that you were in Florida too, did you?
Without rereading the letter, then no. I cannot speak from my memory of a letter I wrote years ago.
You didn't even mention in the letter that you were with Wayne, did you?
To my knowledge, again, I can't recollect. If you would like to refresh my memory.
And you're saying you haven't read the letter in many years?
Yes, sir.
You read the letter in 2021, right?
I couldn't tell you the last time that I read the letter.
Okay. In fact, you signed an affidavit in 2021, isn't that correct?
Yes, Mark's lawyers came versus getting my statement, came and had me to sign an affidavit that I wrote that letter, sir.
And you wrote in the letter, or you signed an affidavit stating that the contents of the letter are true.
To the best of my knowledge, they are.
They're not true, they're half true, right?
I disagree with what you're saying.
Because you left out your involvement that you just told us about. You left that out of the letter, didn't you?
Again, I have not seen the letter in years unless you would like to recollect my memory.
In fact, Mr.
May we approach? Sure. Thank you.
And in fact, Mr. Rogers, some of the details that you've written in a letter, in this letter, and then later in the 78 or 76 page testimony that you provided to Mr. Sievers' counsel, are also the subject of the 3850 you have pending in your own case, correct?
I do have a 3850 pending in my own case.
And in fact, you believe that these details that you provided, including the testimony you provided today, may also grant you relief in your 3850, isn't that correct?
That is absolutely false. I'm inside of my 3.850. I go after ineffective counsel, which has nothing to do with Sievers' counsel, as well as I go after Giglio's violations, the use of known false perjured testimony that's contrary to the facts that are in evidence, suborned by the state yourself. That is on the record. The record stated inside of my 3.850.
It's clear you have a problem with me, Mr. Rogers. What I'm asking you is the details that you provided in this letter that you sent in here on 12/19/2020 to Mr. Sievers' mom, and the 78-page testimony that you provided to his counsel are details that you put in your 3850, right?
Some of them are.
Correct. That's a yes?
Not all of what's in there is inside of the 3.850. The 3.850, again, stipulates 5 different grounds. To
Right,
say
but
what
some of
you're
them
saying
have
is
to do with
actually
the evidence.
incorrect.
Okay. So that's a yes.
I just told you that you are incorrect. There's some stuff in the 76 pages that does correspond, means that it is related to the case that I'm also appealing. Yes, of course, the case, there's information of the case that's on a correlap and overlap each other, yes.
And you hope to win a new trial in your own case, right?
And my 3.850, yes, I do.
And in fact, Mr. Rogers, on this very same facts, on this very same set of facts that Mr. Sievers was convicted of and sentenced to death, you were convicted of second-degree murder. Isn't that correct?
Unarmed second-degree murder, yes, sir.
Yes, that's a yes?
Yes, sir.
You were convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to life because you are a prison releasee reoffender, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you do get a new trial, you get a new trial for second-degree murder, correct?
Unarmed second-degree murder, yes, sir.
So, Mr. Wright was a close friend of yours,
He was?
like family,
No.
a confidant,
He was a good friend of mine.
a protector,
In county jail?
a counselor,
Absolutely not.
a counselee,
Don't know definition.
somebody that you provide counsel to or assistance,
That's what being a friend is.
somebody you trusted.
Yes.
You gave him keys to your house.
Yes, sir.
He can come into your house anytime he wants.
He could have.
He can sit down and eat breakfast with you and whoever is in the house with you. Right?
Yes.
And this friend, this protector, this counselor, this person with the keys to your house turned state's evidence against you. Right?
He did?
He betrayed you. Right? Is that a yes or a no?
I didn't realize that was a question. Yes.
I said he betrayed you, right?
Yes.
You don't have good feelings right now for Mr. Wright, isn't that correct?
I do not like him, no.
So, you agree, you heard the state's case during your own trial.
Yes.
You agree that you and Curtis Wright drove overnight to Florida,
Yes.
nonstop.
Yes.
You agree that you went to Walmart and bought miscellaneous things, including shoes, garbage bags, baby's wipes, lockpick kits, or whatever you want to call it, in Walmart, right?
There was absolutely no lockpick set. I was actually continuously trying to get to repeat that just like now. There is no lockpick set.
You agreed there were some tools bought in Walmart, right?
Yes, there was tools bought at Walmart that you couldn't pick a lock with if you ever even dreamt or attempted to. They're way bigger than the lock.
We agree that they were tools bought.
Yes, there was tools bought.
We'll say tools. We won't say lockpick kit, all right? You agree that you had your phone on all the way down to Florida and all the way back, right?
Yes, sir.
You agree that your phone was in use during the trip, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you heard the testimony about your phone during your trial, right?
Yes, sir.
And you also agree that Mr. Wright had a second flip phone of some kind, correct?
Yes, sir.
That he brought with him on the trip.
Yes, sir.
A phone that he wasn't really using to communicate with anybody with except for Mark Sievers, right?
I don't know who all he communicated with on that phone. He has that phone all the time with him.
He wasn't using it during that trip, though, was he?
Other than to play video games or whatever he's doing on it, I don't know.
You agree that after driving all night from Missouri to Florida, that you went to the Sievers house in Bonita Springs?
Yes,
right?
sir.
Just the two of you, right?
Yes, sir.
And you went inside the house. You agree with that?
Yes.
And you got inside the house because Mr. Wright had the keypad code for the door, right?
Yes, sir.
And you got inside the house because Mr. Wright had the alarm code.
Yes, sir.
And he used a keypad that you later wiped his fingerprints off of, right?
I wiped my fingerprints off of the garage door button inside the garage.
Okay. You agree that there was a hammer on a freezer inside the house?
Yes, sir.
And you agree that that hammer was used to hit Teresa Sievers in the face and head, right?
Yes, sir.
You agree that you took blue suits with you to Florida from Missouri, right?
Yes, sir.
And those suits are they're heavy gauge material, right? Doe Run works with chemicals, right?
We recycle lead, so those particular ones are acid resistant versus the other ones that I have are fireproof. So one I wear inside of temperatures while around smelting pots when I'm rebricking kettles, and the other one is like the one that's in evidence right now is the one like that I wear whenever I'm working in the BSN, the BAT, which deals with battery acid whenever I'm pouring concrete and things of that nature over there.
They're heavy gauge blue suits.
I wear them in temperatures of 120 and 130 degrees.
Okay. The question I asked was they're heavy gauge suits, right? They're thick materials.
No, they're not thick material.
Okay. And then prior to coming to Florida, you agree, sir, that Mr. Sievers and Mr. Wright had person-to-person contact at the wedding in the beginning of May in Missouri, right?
Yes, sir.
And even though you say you never saw them slip off together to have a discussion, you didn't keep eyes on both of them the entire time y'all were at that trailer, did you?
No, sir.
And you said Mr. Wright, during your trial, Mr. Wright said he went to get food, burgers, and stuff with Mr. Sievers, correct?
Restate the question.
During your trial, when Mr. Wright testified, he said he went to the store to get the burgers and the meat for the wedding with Mr. Sievers.
I believe that he did.
And that was when one of the times they had this discussion about the plan to kill Dr. Sievers, right?
That's one of 3 or 4 of his versions, I believe.
So you agree that Mr. Wright went to get burgers, but you disagree that he went with Mark Sievers.
Yes,
right?
sir.
You agree, sir, that there in Missouri that weekend was you, Mark Sievers, Curtis Wright, Angela Wright, Taylor Showmaker, and others, correct?
On the weekend of the wedding?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
You agree, sir, that after Dr. Sievers died on her kitchen floor, that you and Mr. Wright left and went back to Missouri?
Yes, sir.
And just to be sure, and we'll get to that. So, when you said you knew me better than you knew Mark Sievers, you don't know anything about anybody I've had a relationship with, right?
You mean as in a romantic relationship?
Yes, any relationship.
Other than your friendship with my previous attorneys, I don't know. That's my point, is that I don't know Mark, just like I don't know you. That is my point.
Okay. But you knew, as you stated, that there was a relationship of some kind between Mark Sievers and Curtis Wright before you even met Mark Sievers, right?
Yes, sir.
You talked about a relationship going back to college, right?
Wayne told me whenever they were teenagers.
Okay, teenagers, okay. And you knew this before the wedding?
Yes, sir.
You knew about Mark Sievers before the wedding?
Yes, sir.
So, even though you said earlier that you had 4 days off that weekend, right?
Yes, sir.
You got off on Friday, and you weren't scheduled to be back at work until the following Wednesday, right?
Tuesday. I got Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday off.
Okay.
I go back to work Wednesday.
Tuesday. I wasn't trying to trick you, that was my mistake.
Yes, sir.
But you had to call your boss and tell him you were leaving town because you might get called into work, right?
I just was nice enough to tell him that I was leaving. Not that I get called into work, I just generally volunteer for overtime. So whenever things pop up, I'm their go-to guy because I'm always liking to work more hours. I'm trying to keep my bills so low while working as many overtime hours as possible to save my money.
And you felt it necessary to call and let him know you were leaving because he might call you with work, right?
I didn't call him, I told him in person while I was at work. I was
Okay.
kind of excited to come down to Florida, thought that it'd be fun. July, all you see on TV is normally Miami Beach. I didn't realize it was going to be a bunch of older women. I thought it was going to be more like Miami Beach. Be a lot more fun.
Yeah, we can tell jokes after Mr. Sievers.
I wasn't joking.
After we're done talking about Mr. Sievers' death penalty case. What I'm trying to get at is you called your boss or spoke to your boss
In person.
and told him you were coming to Florida so he'd know where you were. Isn't
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Just in case he had some work for you to do, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you work for him, you get paid more than $100 to do a job, don't you?
I get paid $13 to $15 an hour while working for him. When I do cash jobs, I don't have to pay taxes. So I normally make cash jobs around $10 an hour. But if I do this painting, my figure is I'll do somewhere around 8 to 10 hours of work if I was to do this painting that Wayne's telling me. Equals about $10 an hour, plus I get a free vacation out of the deal. I'm supposed to stay at Mark's house, we're gonna go to the beach, supposed to have a good time, pays for my meals.
You were getting a vacation where you drive all night without any sleep, right?
I drive, but I can sleep in the daytime, so I'm driving at
You were getting
night.
a vacation where you drive all night without sleeping, correct?
Yes, and I also work at 4 a.m.
You were getting a vacation where when you get to Florida, you go to the beach without any sleep, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were getting a vacation where you don't have a place to take a shower or change your clothes, right?
No, because I was supposed to be showering and changing my clothes at Mark Sievers' house. And these hours that you keep referring to are normally my hours I work. As I stated earlier, that I go to work at 2 a.m. to arrive at 4 a.m. at my workplace.
That's right, staying at the house of the man that you don't know, right?
Just like all the other people who hire me to install flooring, windows, paint their houses, etc. This is what I do for a living.
They let you stay in their house overnight?
No.
Their families?
The people who hire me don't know me, was my point. I'm staying there with Curtis Wayne Wright, who comes down 4 or 5 times a year, a person who used to actually live with Mark Sievers for numerous years.
And while y'all were at the wedding, waiting on Mr. Sievers, you knew who he was when he arrived, correct?
Yes, because everybody started yelling his name. Everybody's been waiting on him.
You didn't have to say, who's that guy?
No, sir.
Why is he here? Right?
Not when everybody starts hollering his name and gets up to come over to greet him, shake his hand, give him a hug. No.